I push the Go Live button. I remember it had issues last time. Okay, seems that I am live. So, just gonna send out the announcements. Alrighty. Everything's running fine. Let's start the game again. Start from playing this save data. Yep. Turnabout Trump. April 20th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 2.
Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orley, recovered?
I still don't understand what the pun is with Olga Orley. Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again?
That's the thing, you see. She's quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne.
Yeah, doing the voice constantly kinda hurts.
You do a voice? Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand.
And there is little Olga.
Perhaps you can repeat your name and profession. It's been an entire week, you know. Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser.
Not... Name's Olga Orley. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orley.
Oh! Oh, really?
Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like oh really. Oh really? Like O'Reilly? There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Witness! You will tell the court what you were really up to that night. What the heck is with the costume change? Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see?
Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences.
Fine. I don't know what accent she's supposed to be now. I was fine with the Russian. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy, Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress. So, you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright, and he would pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards! Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, it would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces.
Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins.
7-year legend, destroyed by one little card. That was the plan.
Oh, really? Orly? How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake? I agree. The trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card?
Hey, that's right. I'm fine. He's lucky. I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers Orly.
Oh, really? The witness would be much cutter if she dispensed with the evil masterminded shtick. Shtick.
I've never seen that word spelled out. Oops, tap the mic. Cute. Oh, it was supposed to be cute. I thought. How do you spell cuter? I don't know, apparently. Cute. Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad.
The first costume would beg to differ. When you're through being bad, perhaps could you testify to the court? Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung.
Witness testimony. The best laid traps. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand. Just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant.
Didn't you just say you were going to cheat? Why are you calling him a cheat? A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark.
The trap was perfect, I tell you. Is she supposed to be kind of Boston? The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect. Even if that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking.
Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice.
With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? Oh wait, she is a criminal. And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Cross-examination. Hold it! This planted card. Which card was it exactly? The trump card. The 5 of hearts.
Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with an ace to make a full house. At least that's what you're going to accuse him of, thereby ruining his legend.
I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course. Well, he was eating. At the Borch Bowl Club, we serve borch and suckers.
Remind me never to go there.
Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borch, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. Hold it! So, everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud.
There was worse things to be known as, I suppose.
Tell us what happened with the search. Hold it! The card disappeared. Yeah! My trump card, the 5 of hearts, gone without a trace. Poof! Zippo! We searched every nook and cranny, even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found. Is this correct? Never in my long, storied career, never has Quickfingers Orly been so readily duped.
Oh, really? So what did happen to the 5 of hearts?
Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant?
So, the Five of Hearts is still missing in action.
Hold it!
Wait. Isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Right, thoroughly and found nothing. Which means he didn't cheat. Which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well... The heck was that? What was that just now? I said something.
Something wrong, Mr. Justice.
Nothing. I'm fine, Your Honor. What do I do? Should I press her a little harder? Push the button. Miss Orley, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? Me? Quick fingers, Orley? Hide some... The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness, then. You say that you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. It's this weird vibe I'm getting. It's like dark magic attack or something. That witness. For instance, Miss Orley. Oh, this is Phoenix talking. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? That looks like her head. Whoop! Why am I this close? Whoa, what's going on? The sensation. It's coming into focus. It's the Sharingan. There, that twitch. It's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit, like I couldn't before.
Gotcha!
That's R. Great, there's quick time events. Miss Orley, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck. So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory as she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? I have no memory at all.
This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. What's memory? I don't know that either. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence, this memory to show us.
Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her most of the moment of the crime? Miss Orley, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an erasable impression on your neck is this. An attorney's badge. Okay, the weapon. Was it?
Take that!
His hand? Sorry to disappoint, but I don't have any particular memories of that. Uh-oh, that's the fail line. Must have not been it. You're not even reading your lines correctly, so of course not. You want a habit, Mr. Justice? I'll show you a habit. I'd better get this sorted out before I develop a habit of my own. Her habit is scratching her neck before the moment of the crime. This is the only weapon I can think of that isn't the bottle. Again. Sorry to disappoint. You hit the fail line again, dum-dum. Look at my animation. Look at how my hair flows. Ugh. I feel like I'm missing something. They say weapon. But are they just talking about this brutal hit?
Take that!
Okay, let's try the bottle. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle? The murder weapon. But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? Hey! What's he talking about now? Why you mention me? I wasn't there. It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit. Not you! Objection! This is a cross-examination, not a wild conjecture. I have a dictionary. The witness habits, they're completely irrelevant.
Justice, I'll admit, I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination.
I'll explain later, just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her.
Please tell me we're not going to be violent, Justice.
Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Yet, I am knowing nothing. Even that doesn't fool me.
Me neither.
We know you're not Russian, but we don't know what you actually are.
The witness will testify. Please, now.
We just wanted to show the animation again. Bah, fine. He's the only one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. Well, that's new.
Hold it!
You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. Her eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at the table until the cops came.
Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about her testimony?
I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is flawed. This is basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence. Oh, what's that? I don't have memory.
Well, so is this evidence thing, Mr. Justice. What is it? This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony.
She didn't let him out of his sight until the cops got there. But I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. Like the fact you can't get cell service from below. Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, on all fours, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borched Bowl Club. Eck! Why'd you mention the four-leg part? So, explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. The man who picked up that bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. We get this animation again. Fun. But Olga's not going to be at it, are they? Showtime.
Dirty cheat! Check his pockets, now!
It's gone.
The card's gone!
You lose. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right, and he hit me.
You master of cheating you turned out to be. Some master of cheating you turned out to be. Whack.
When I came to, the victim was already dead.
Oh, the judge is talking. The victim was already dead. Is that it?
That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure.
Well, we got our in. Where does this leave us now?
Screaming, sir. Madness! This is madness. I'm dreaming. It must have been me who was hitting on the head with a bottle. I'm imagining all of this.
You're also imagining extra words in your text box. It appears our prosecution is at its wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events?
Seems like a turnabout.
What?
Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Orley a big fat liar. What? What? 3 were in that room the night of the murder. The defendant, the victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled. The witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouncement of that argument was murder. What word is denouncement? I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. We're the only ones there. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process.
Mr. Wright, what are you going on about?
Such a hasty conclusion. Isn't that right, Mr. Pitt? It's not like you, Christoph Gavin.
Why'd you say my entire name? What are you saying? I'm not a protagonist.
Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right. Like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped in the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of the cards were being used. A 4th person. Objection! Ha! This theory again! Your 4th person doesn't exist! Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal.
The real criminal.
And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. I feel like he's talking about the fact Gavin mentioned it was blue even though we only had a black and white photo. Sorry. Remember what I said. The 4th person who swapped the card made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the back of the cards. Right, that's me. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there was one person here, in our court, who thought these cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but... Really? My assistant? The bad guy? Who knew? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was? It's not me, I swear! I haven't said a single color this entire time.
Who is this 4th person? I hope it's not me.
Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards in the final game were blue? She's 21. Tiny. As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right? Christoph Gavin. You were the fourth person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the colors of the card. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is in black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look! You can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was before this evidence came to light.
It's true, the defense was engaged in a game of poker with the victim.
Yet, it was only that, a game, the pursuit. In the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. The only cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame. You know its final outcome. Well, Miss... I don't know why I added Mr. there. You're gonna be Mr. Dead soon. Look into my crazy eye.
No.
Mr. Gavin. Is that even your last name? That sounds fake.
Mr. Gavin! Is something the matter?
No, nothing. Excuse me. It was just so... sudden.
You couldn't tell by my portraits. Right. What seriously accusing me? Are you?
Oh, Christoph? You know, even I'd never take a joke this far.
Keep on talking about that button, though.
This has gone beyond ridiculous! Beyond dumb! This is insanity! The defense accusing his own defense attorney of murder! I assure you, I'm quite sane. I'm only accusing my defense's assistant, because I requested Apollo to be. And you can't prosecute the prosecutor ever since the Von Karma incident. But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. Well, what if they have? Huh? What? You mean like the evidence changing and people can meet each other? That's a possibility, after all. They may have met that night, before the game started.
What are you suggesting?
Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin, testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happen before the game of poker be related? Look at this innocent smile.
I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. I'm so sure of that line.
As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss Orley...
Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you.
Phoenix had it down pat right even before the case started.
Mr. Justice, the matter of Wright's testimony is up to you.
Oh, okay. I'm fine. I'm just the protagonist. I have power over a judge, apparently.
Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony?
Yeah. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along, and I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court.
True, Justice.
You would betray me. Your teacher. Those are never bad guys. I'm not a bad guy. I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about your loyalty. This is about the truth.
Fuck. Your protagonist.
I've never heard Gavin swear.
Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. Not out of the room. No!
That evening, Christoph and I had dinner, and we sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to the defense attorney, Gavin.
Mr. Gavin, you were at the Butch Bull Club the night of the murder?
I dined with him rather frequently.
And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder?
Quite against my will. I had become involved in another murder. In a murder. Not our one. No. Those are Maya's murders, not mine. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him.
You were planning this all along, weren't you, right? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial.
The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now.
I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice? Sir? He's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal first trial? Fuck this protagonist haircut. Appetite before the murder. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. Looking at this photograph. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes. He dines with me at the Borch Bowl quite frequently. You didn't mention you... Well, I guess actually Phoenix works there, so if they dine, they probably employee discount. We were enjoying the usual dinner at the usual spot, as usual. Usual! I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting.
So the plates and such on the table were from your dinner?
Indeed. The remains of my meal with Christoph. We dined for 2 hours, then Christoph left. After that, Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. 5 minutes. So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure.
Hey, wait. Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said? Christoph Gavin and Shady Smith may have met?
I believe I did say that.
Here I was all nervous about this meeting because it would completely throw away my prosecution. And now I hear they just passed in the hall.
That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder.
Oh, it would be, if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. Oh, wait. Is Wright looking down his tell? I don't have the R button.
Hold it!
About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga Orley mentioned. The plan was simple, elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during their game. Yada yada, we read all this before.
You swapped the cards.
Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it.
A quirk?
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted. Yeah, so I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle.
An empty bottle of grape juice.
We can't say wine! The murder weapon?
Yeah. I rolled it up and shoved it in there. The colored glass makes it hard to see.
A battle of wits between the deceiver and would-be deceived. Let's examine this.
Details. But I kind of swore I checked this before, and there's no card. Yeah. Just the label, like last time. The bottle is completely empty. Yep.
It sounds like a terrific drama.
A card inside the murder weapon. That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. I just did.
Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits, even though we're in courtroom number 2. Please revise your testimony with this new information.
I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the bottle.
Hold it!
Wait. Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew that was coming.
Oh, so you struck first. I like that.
I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. Let me guess, it's because of that crazy eye or that talking pin you go on about. At least when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable.
Hold it!
Call the police. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal in the hideout. Why is that spelled like Jekyll and Hyde? Was anyone else in the first floor at the time? I don't know. It's called a Borscht Bowl. Jekyll and Hyde. Russian? It's Jekyll and Hyde. No, I'm pretty sure it's Now you got me saying it weird. Not a soul. It was the middle of the night after all. So there, in the darkest restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. I returned. He was dead, blood streaming cut in his forehead. And when you returned, the victim was already dead. Yeah, I just said that. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in.
A little.
He was bleeding from his forehead after all. I've seen a dead body a few times. Was it different dead bodies? I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. That's when I made another phone call to the defense attorney, Gavin.
Hold it!
Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair. And I figured Kristoff's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees.
Ah, glad to hear you intend to pay.
Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Fucking Bill?
Justice, you know what you have to do.
He's lying. Expose him now. Yes, sir. I have to think, what's Mr. Wright trying to tell me with this testimony? The truth had to be in there somewhere.
Objection!
The bottle's empty. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yeah. I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in there. No?
What, Mr. Wright? Surely, isn't all you have to say for yourself.
Can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a fifth person came and took it out. Oh, and a sixth person could have helped.
Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright is your client.
My apologies, Your Honor.
I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle and there was nothing.
So, what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Did the card just disappear?
In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence.
Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the knockout. It said KO in your text box. Why didn't you pronounce it I am fancy? Why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? Is this how Edgeworth feels? That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at a table in this photograph. Jay Smith walked in 5 minutes later. After that, I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. The girl was knocked out cold. Yeah, I'm just gonna present this. 'Cause this feels off. This evidence clearly reveals a contradiction.
Nope, this is the fail state, idiot.
Yeah.
No. Stop. Explosion powers.
Hey, wait a minute. Is there a way to, like, check the call history? Oh, yeah, wait a minute. When I returned, he was dead. Blood streamed from a cut in his forehead. But there's a hat on this image.
Objection!
Music change. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yeah? What did you eat? The lobster. Yeah, take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. That makes him impervious to critical headshots. I wouldn't think you could have seen blood on his forehead. Good point.
Is that all you have to say for yourself?
Justice! Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Like you're punching him.
Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court?
Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put the hat on his head. Eh? You
put the hat on the dead man's head?
He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph.
And
I picked up his hat off the floor and put it on his head.
What? Why would you do such a thing like that?
All I can say is, I'm sorry. That's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss Orley didn't see it being the victim's, his head. I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, there we go again, Mr. Gavin. Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. He is going to pay us. Mr. Gavin, if he loses, I don't think you get paid. The witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. You're sounding like a villain, Gavin. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Stop! Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell us the truth about this case, it's now or never.
Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Then, was the time outside when I said that I lied the entire time a lie? Because it was out there and not in here. And
What are you talking about?
when I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. Reason. That reason is right here.
Your cell phone?
That night, I recall that I spoke with the defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back to the court. Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble.
What's this? Game not going well. How did Christoph know it was a game?
Something like that.
That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good?
He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him hard.
You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? Pate? It wasn't you, was it?
Me? Please, explain what those words you just said were. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that.
There! Bone china plate?
A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny. And not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead.
The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead.
Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So, after Mr. Gavin ate with you, he left the Borch Bowl Club.
Most certainly.
Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, you're pretty slow, Judge. You'd think with less...
I said don't mention my forehead.
That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light.
Fuck.
Troubled, I returned to the crime scene, and then I spotted Mr. Smith's head again and realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head?
So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on.
Your point, Mr. Gavin?
It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix Wright. My last name is
Christoph von Karma.
That'd be a twist.
Order! I will have order, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor, I can't say anything.
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony?
Well, as the prosecutor,
Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes, after which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we clear on that?
Crystal, Your Honor.
Very well. This will be the final recess for the day.
April 20th, 2:32 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chambers. Oh no, I don't have an assistant to talk to. All of my text is gonna be blue. Who would have thought today would turn out like this?
May I?
I don't know what voice is supposed to. Huh? What? You're the face from the locket.
Are you real?
Hello, sir. Please, pick a card.
What's all this about? Is this one okay?
Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You need a trump card to make it.
A trump card?
The card you have chosen is magical.
Why'd you say it weird?
Because the text was orange. Use it wisely, and win the game, and the game is yours. That's all.
An ace. where do... Oh.
Oh! I knew there was something fishy about the entire hand being red. I believe I've mentioned it. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces in Mr. Wright. And Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces more. It's true. I have seen the 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you.
The missing 5th ace. Wait, how did I say that orange word without wobbling? This blotch of red. Is this blood?
Oh no, it's getting to me. You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. What are you, a Yu-Gi-Oh protagonist? My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. Wait! Huh? Okay, if it's... Let me pull up the court record. Let me see... profiles. Phoenix. You didn't have a kid 7 years ago, to my knowledge. And that would make this mystery girl 7. Whereas... Is Shady Smith the father? Because Shady Smith had the locket beforehand. So, that's my assumption, that she's talking about Shady Smith and not Apollo. Not Apollo. They're talking to Apollo, not Phoenix. Why'd I open this again? The buttons. They're confusing. Whoa! She just turned transparent! This blood stain. Why am I looking at a card? This person just disappeared! Is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl. I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. 3D model. She's even smaller. Bloody ace added to the court record. Received from a mysterious girl. Could this be the missing 5th ace? Oh! Apollo is alone on April 20th. 2:45 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 2.
Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, Mr. The witness state his name and occupation.
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. And number 3.
Fine, I'll play along.
First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat?
You think being bald is...
It's powerful! How do you think I explode the health meter?
Oh, shit. By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my courtesy, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
Ooh! I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Are you my assistant for the game? I hope not. But, Mr. Wright, what do you think you're doing, Wright?
You're activating my evil glasses as you're in the stand.
Wow, you're in the stand. I'm in the defense's box. Things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking off except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit.
Oh?
When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to been there in the hideout at the time of the crime.
In other words, I must be the real killer, is what you're trying to say.
Not bad, Apollo.
I mean, Mr. Gavin,
I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court.
Oh, great. Another one. Can anyone be honest in my court?
What?
Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright.
He's talking like a villain again.
Yet, I am afraid in the current situation I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night.
Finally, you may begin your testimony. Stop being so creepy. Tell us how you were involved in the events of that fateful night.
Witness testimony.
That fateful night. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window of the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, as he appeared in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that the...
Ugh, got something stuck in my throat.
I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright.
You witnessed the murder.
For better, for worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed.
Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team. Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. I stole Mr. Payne's dictionary.
What?
What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand after all.
So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright, you had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Oh, I don't know why I got stuck on the word probable.
Mr. Wright, it's probable that the defense should do the cross-examination and not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor. Can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. Oh, no! I thought that was just in the lobby! This trial is getting weirder and weirder. I'm fine.
That fateful night. You're going to press me for everything, aren't you?
Yes, this is an Ace Attorney game. That man. You mean Mr. Smith?
He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that.
So then, you knew the true nature of your client's job.
Of course. But I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal.
Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all.
Worried for my friend, as you put it, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an odd score.
I see. What happened then?
I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window.
The little window? You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs that can only be opened from inside? A relic of the ancient...
No, that's my line, boy. Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The Black Mucketeers used it, I believe.
Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room?
I didn't want to upset Wright, you see.
Upset Mr. Wright?
Yes. What if my fears had been unfounded? I'd be working in on their match. Bad form, to say the least.
So far, everything he's saying is making sense.
Must have been right after the murder took place.
How do you know it was right after the murder?
Really, no need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part in my testimony.
Ah, there he is.
The coolest defense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing out there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? Didn't I already make that joke this session? The victim was dead. Hold it! Photo. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene. Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. Something about a bed. Bad rhyme, Apollo. And Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat.
Can you describe the scene of the crime for us?
A bald head, an unconscious girl, and a bottle. Those were the only three at the scene of the crime. Yes, as far as I saw, at least, there was like the fifth person and sixth person right behind me.
Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Mr. Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police?
2 reasons. Why is Mr. Payne putting out a good point? First, I didn't actually witness the moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Mr. Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend.
Objection!
That must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah, yes, this mysterious fourth person, who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. I'm glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question, then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap the cards in the victim's hand? Uh-huh. Perhaps you can show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary. Can I show something? I can't find myself. Remember, Apollo, the card was swapped out. It was the fifth ace. Fifth ace, right.
Well, Mr. Justice?
I just realized I did not details the card. So I need to check. A single drop of blood marks the front of the card. And then the backside is red. There's no way to confirm this.
Question of why the killer would swap out the ace has been raised.
And I can't present it here.
Can you point a reason?
It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out.
Then go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the fifth ace?
Take that!
Uh-oh.
I have a feeling that thing is gonna pop up of where it's gotta be connected to the case. You can't just throw out random evidence that you just have. It could be theoretically fabricated. My reason is this!
Is that in an ace?
Why, it's got blood on it! Right next to the spade. What?
This is insane! Why wasn't I told about this? Why?
Could this be? Could this be the missing fifth ace? Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card?
Whoa, your accent kind of changed. That's the thing.
Why is Mr. Gavin so upset?
It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card. It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Porch Bowl that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock and trade.
Objection!
No, impossible, unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. It's fraud.
A fraud? How can you be so sure?
What?
I would think the only person who would claim it's a fraud would be the person who took the real card from the scene, the real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? What the fuck was that? I talked to a pin, but that was weird. I know, right?
The reason for...
The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime.
Where are you going with this?
Take another look at the photo, and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell onto the floor, and a trickle of blood ran down from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose? The killer then took the card to hide.
Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible.
Oh?
Right. Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence.
Oh. We can discuss this. We can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question.
What are you talking about?
I wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene. And now, I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence.
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless!
Oh, I assure you, it's quite based.
What are you talking about? You're cringe. I'm the based one.
It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo?
Yeah?
Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head.
Whoa. They're really going, hey, look, this game is 3D.
The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene.
You're right. You seem to be jumbling up your words. What's going on?
I'm having the Maya syndrome. I'm a side character now.
Well, what is it?
Let's just keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on a card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit. The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses. Yep. I tried to hit T. The witness's location is clearly at odds with something.
By witness, you mean Miss Olga Orley.
That's right, when it comes to cards, it's quick fingers, Orley, or no one.
I see. And?
And, I was supposed to say something else.
You pushed the R, did you?
Yeah, I pushed the R.
A meaningful observation would help your case considerably.
Yet, don't you not sense a feeling of potential in his silence?
Potential for a whopping penalty, yes.
Your Honor, please, give me another chance.
Very well. Give it some thought. At this time, we'll all go into your head, Apollo.
Okay. Victims or killers whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card. Oh, you can't save here. Sneaky. Well, for one thing, the killer's in the wrong place. I think. Oh no, this is another... options. Save. Because this is gonna hurt.
You think, Mr. Justice, your job here is not to think, but to know.
Ah, just looking at you reminds me of the old days. Not the good old days, per se.
How does a good old penalty sound? Let's try that one more time, and Mr. Justice, think before you sink. Whose position doesn't fit?
Well, isn't the victim's position that's the problem?
I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice.
Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him.
Ah!
Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards.
That's right. So what does this mean?
Incidentally, we're sitting in swivel chairs.
Swivel chairs?
Oh man, you guys got expensive. Apollo, try turning. Ooh.
I don't know what to do. The chair was facing the other way?
It would have to be. Okay, I thought the ace was on the floor. Knowing that they're in swivel chairs, it really changes everything.
When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police which way the chair was facing.
When I came back to the room, he was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at this diagram once more. We know now the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction.
Again? What do you mean that the lie begets more lies?
Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this new diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, and I'm gonna save. Whose location creates a contradiction if the victim was facing away? Take that! What doesn't make sense is the second witness.
You mean to say I don't make sense? I make dollars!
Oh, no, of course you do, sir.
As I thought.
Well,
Mr. Justice, I'm a little hard of hearing. Did you say something? Would you be so kind enough to show the court one more time what you mean?
let's test your reasoning skills. Again. Okay, now it's the killer, because why would the killer be all the way over here? Take that! The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where he is I'm having so many issues with words today. Sitting where his indicator currently is. Indicator? Are you a robot, Apollo? No. I would think it would be quite hard, yeah.
Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of a game?
I believe a significant reason will soon come to light.
Oh, those lobsters are really having a turn on you, aren't they?
There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look at it again. Apollo. If the victim was struck... I'm gonna save here.
I have 1 health.
Where would his assailant be standing? Try marking on the diagram. What? But there's no room to put a marker where the killer should be. Don't worry. Let's think it through and see what we find. Where would the killer have to be standing? Right here. The killer would have to be standing well out here.
Objection! You get points for flair, but that's about all you get.
Ugh. I thought I was on something there too.
I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. And are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard? Oh, I'm an idiot. And hit him from above? What?
It's simple logic, really. Talk to my friend Edgeworth about logic. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, Then that means at the very moment of the crime. Wait, I know. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. Oh, was it blocking the window?
What's this now?
I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately.
Bailiff! Send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard.
Ah, Your Honor, you know how to say that word as well.
Yes, I'm not Winston Payne. What?
There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff.
I nodded no, but yes, I see. You do belong in the court room after all, Mr. Wright.
I do my best. What the hell was that note? But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here, which means, Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Dun dun. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it had to have been shown as here. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my, what's this? You don't have to be so annoying, Phoenix. Well, I'm not annoying.
What? What's this now?
He took it, I guess. Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang! Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion.
Now then, Mr. Justice, please point out the new contradiction indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, or the second witness?
I booped the second witness about this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure. Why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would have completely covered up the window to the stairs.
Ah!
That's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin.
What did you say?
Oh, is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool?
Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right?
You weren't in the poker match. It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from?
Excuse me, Your Honor. Order! This is a court of law, and I will have order. We just received word from our investigation team at the Borched Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh? What did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it. What?
Yes. I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that now that he mentions it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaging in an illegal goings-on. You never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld boss could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. But the restaurant was closed at the... Let me have the cool line. Everyone's in shock, see? Even Gavin is. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this card to trump the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked, and the victim's hat was only off his head for a few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place you could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin, come on, say something.
Dare I ask what really happened that night?
Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There, he crouched hidden in the secret passage, behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Ah! What? Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help! Miss Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and just the idea, you hear a cupboard move behind you and you rotate your chair perfectly to look at someone. Huh? Pop! After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red.
Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin.
Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Payne!
Yes, Your Honor. Why me?
The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion.
What?
Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection! I can object whenever the fuck I want. See this little badge? It gives you power! Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself.
Oh god, he's sounding like a villain.
It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand.
Your point, Mr. Gavin?
Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick.
Excuse me?
The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney.
Illegal evidence? That's never happened in my court.
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing?
Of course. This bottle, for instance.
The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking.
How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? it's not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne?
Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottom were upside down.
I seem to recall this being an issue earlier.
The court, in this case, demanded explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down, and that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor?
You seem to be getting more frantic.
See how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo? Yes? What? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that.
Yeah, just like what? Justice? It just is. That's my last name. Everyone thinks it's Justice because I wanted to be an attorney, but it just is. Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down? Other than to... Oh boy.
Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Look at the evil eyes.
They're not evil! I'm just at the witness stand. This happens to everyone here. I was at the witness stand. I didn't look evil. You had a crazy eye!
Take another look at the court record.
It's there!
I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight.
With your crazy eye!
How about you just say the answer in plain words? You gotta look at my crazy eyes.
See?
You would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions, indeed. Well, Mr. Justice?
Mr. Gavin said that the court and this case demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. That's what I say when I go to the bathroom, and people want in.
Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten us when the fuck that happens.
When I'm in the bathroom, Your Honor, it seems obvious.
The evidence... What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle were upside down?
Oh no, I can't save. Oh no! Oh. Oh, where's his testimony? Oh, it's not a thing. Of the... Oh no, where... I know it's to put the card in the bottle. But there's no proof. Oh, frick. Oh no.
What evidence do you have there explaining why fingerprints on the bottle are upside down?
Is it just this angle? I really hope it is. It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Ha-ha! Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair. I'm gonna save in this moment so I don't die later on.
Excuse me? On the floor.
Yes, now reach down and pick it up without getting up out of your chair. See, you would naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck with your fingers upside down. But your palm right side up. It's kind of a weird magic trick we can do. Look at this photograph being taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat there, playing piano. Bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of the piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times.
Wow! I can't believe it was that simple!
Recall our dinner that night evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then. Wine. I mean grape juice. We're in court. We can't say illegal substances. Prohibition hasn't stopped. Basically, you use the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went to pick up a bottle from under the piano and then switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. And that's how it's still intact.
Order, order, order! What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? I can't hold the villain voice back any longer. Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection.
What?
You claim that I switched the bottle. Where is your proof?
Proof? Well, that's,
As I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Oh, the note Mr. Wright gave to the judge to give to the bailiff was the bailiff to go and collect the bottle with the card in it. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall that court requested an additional investigation?
Ah, yes, I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borched Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question.
What are you going to dust your What? Are you going to dust for your fingerprints there too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yeah? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? Sir, it's not in my court record. Give it a moment. But why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright, that bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. Oh, they just force you into it. There's something inside the bottle! It's a crumpled up 5 of hearts. You didn't neatly roll it up? It's kind of rude. What's this?
That card can't be.
Recall the unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga Orley? Yes, our little swindle. Divochka. What? That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him, but the planted card was gone. The trap failed. Wait. This isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? There's that orange taste again. The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle.
The 5 of hearts.
This is the card. Why'd you steal my line, Judge?
Because last incident.
The bottles were swapped. The only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that... You, Mr. Christoph Gavin.
I have telekinetic powers. You don't want me angry.
Uh-oh.
Oh no, we're dealing with a psychic.
That is all.
Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge? Revenge for the event that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago?
My past is like my logic. Straight and true. Yeah, Phoenix, are you entirely straight? Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. My hand is over here, sir. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little...
Foreign word.
Right. Why couldn't you say it?
I don't know what it means.
This is insane! What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? If only I was 30.
I believe this time we've finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on... Do you have a report on us on Christoph Gavin?
He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
Not that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add?
I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter.
About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession, to be sure. I think I've seen it in Genshin, though. And that would be all we know about him.
I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Good. Mr. Wright,
Yeah?
7 years. You still haven't lost your touch.
Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer.
He was extremely talented, to be sure.
I needed two things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated, this courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo.
Me?
This is a dark time for our legal system. Twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right.
Mr. Wright, you're sounding edgy.
Our work lies ahead of us. And I, for one, am looking forward to it.
Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. The court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Court is adjourned.
April 20th, 4:28 p.m., District Court, Defense Lobby number 3.
It says defendant lobby.
You can read those too.
I'm a protagonist.
Thanks, Apollo. You came through just like I thought you would.
I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Gap...
The killer. I could have done it by myself. I sensed it too. Today, didn't you? Your ability.
Ability.
Yes, you're a protagonist. A sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if it means...
I have one more question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment of the defendant hit the victim. Is that true? How are you fucking up a, flashback? Of course it's true.
That weird vibe.
What was that, Mr. Wright?
You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. You're the protagonist.
The answer. Right.
What?
No, I was... Yeah, never mind. Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin.
What possible reason could he have to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come.
Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you?
You're a protagonist. The first case always relates to the last, don't you know?
Oh.
This locket is the key.
Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. And so, unless you adopted that child, I don't think that's yours. Your daughter, right?
That's right. She's my daughter.
You know, you were right about this locket.
I took this off the neck of the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him.
Wait, but that's perjury!
You testified.
You testified! You said that locket was yours!
I said no such thing, actually.
Huh?
I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth.
Wait, but then, why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes it's hard to keep characters straight. Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still getting started with your career. Speaking of which, how long is this tutorial? I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo. Yeah? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean at the Wright & Co. Law Offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait. But didn't you... You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. After eating some lobster. Is that the only thing they have around here? That's the only joke we have. What? What? I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial, there was a single piece of forged evidence? Forged evidence? What are you talking about? Has Edgeworth been rubbing off on you? And therefore the Von Karmas? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. A piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet that it was forged anyway. You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left, leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud! A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then, you really... Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that, and you call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney? Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? Where'd your evil eye go? Oh! It moved to me! What the... What? Is that how I see everything now? I punched him. That... It's like a kitten. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut? Try yelling, "Take that!" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. I finally passed on the eye. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day. Oh, I can't tell if that you've been able to hear the frickin' lawn the entire time. I got so enraptured with the story, forgot to close the door. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. You're out of the tutorial, well done! And
And that's the game. Thanks for the trilogy. That's it. No more cases. All of it's just a menu. Save current progress. Yes. It's not been 2 hours yet. And I did start an hour early. So... continue to the next episode? Yes. Let's just go. I've got water. Let's take a drink. Turnabout corner.
As long as we draw breath, fate
Hollow. Speak this. The frick is going on? Spinning. Big crimes. And and when the wheel stops. You die. June 15, 9:12 a.m. Wright and Co. Law Offices. 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job. Yeah, I'll admit it. I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Here being the legendary Wright and Co. Law Offices. It even tastes orange. What the frick? Okay, Justice. Time to stop trembling. Texas speech voice, because I don't know who this is.
Ah, you must be here for the interview. Right this way.
Huh?
Hello there. You've found the right place. Welcome.
What's with this girl?
Well now, shall we begin?
Begin what? I'm fine.
Right. First things first, any special talents?
Talents?
Yes, well you must have at least one.
Well, I guess defending?
Defending. An unusual talent, but it'll do. Just a little jazzing up, of course.
You think so?
Let's give it a go, shall we?
Huh?
Go ahead, show me. Defend. Just give it all you've got. Don't hold back now.
What are you talking about? I can't just defend here.
First lesson, a professional can perform anywhere.
Thanks.
We want people to be laughing with us, not at us.
Thanks. But I'm sure why they I'm not sure why they would be laughing at us at all.
What? What exactly do you think you came here to do?
What? Defend? No.
Excuse me, but do you know where you are?
Huh? The Wright and Co. Law Offices. Right?
You said right twice.
Oh no.
I was afraid of that. Don't worry. You're not the first.
Look, what's going on here? Who are you? I came here to meet with the person in charge.
Well, you've apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes.
Mistakes?
But I got a call from I stole your words.
But I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning, and don't do that again, little magician evil.
Perhaps you should go read the sign out front again.
What's there to read? Look, here it says Wright. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency?
Welcome to the Wright Talent Agency, where you've always come to the right place. I'm Trucy Wright, CEO. I'm a magician.
It all came flooding back. The trial, that girl.
Hello, sir. Please, pick a card. I have turned the locket silver. The antithesis of the Philosopher's Stone.
That's right. She's my daughter. Trucy. Right.
Here, check out our flyer. So, what's your name?
Apollo. Apollo Justice, attorney at law.
It's a pretty long name. Better save here.
Okay. Talk. Right Talent Agency. So, is this really a talent agency?
You bet! Daddy started it 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now.
2 people? Does that include you?
Trucy Wright, magician extraordinaire. I've done a lot of stage shows. Paid, too. I'm a professional, you know. See, I got the little Angry Maya stance.
Right.
That's my name.
No, I mean,
Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright, pianist extraordinaire.
extraordinary. Your dad, in other words. Didn't he say he couldn't play the piano?
Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why, there are many magicians who can't do magic.
At least you're optimistic, I'll give you that. So you're you're Phoenix Wright's daughter?
That's right. After Daddy quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. So I'm kind of his sugar...
No, don't say that ever again.
I'm in charge of this whole office, too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree?
Future stage magician in training, apparently the daughter of Phoenix Wright at age 15. Which, if I just do some quick math here, 33, 15. Phoenix would have to have been 18! Oh no, is she... Okay, if it is actually the daughter of Phoenix, is this from the girl with the poison potion and the electrical thing? I don't know the name of the game. That's the only way I can think of Phoenix being that young. 15? How old is Mr. Wright?
Daddy? Oh, he's 33 this year.
I'm sure there's a good explanation. I hope. I'm with you, Apollo. Alright, tell me about the bird. What about Mr. Wright giving up law? It was because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it?
Huh? You know about that?
Not the details. I remember the news, though. It was a big deal.
So I hear. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance.
Daddy. Right. That reminds me. About Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in.
Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital.
The hospital?!
Yeah. He's on strict bed rest until he gets better.
What?! Okay. Which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit.
Oh, the Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close.
Right. Well, I'll be going... Wait. Is that the one from that weird case where a medium killed a, malpracticing doctor?
I don't know. I've never seen it. I am a child.
Right. And I'll, give the showbiz gig some thought.
Wait! I'll go with you. You need an assistant.
Oh, just tell... Oh my gosh. Is he treating by meeting up with Larry Butts? Hickfield Clinic. So this is Mr. Wright's hospital. Oh, it is! It is! Visitors. Sorry. Yeah, are you the doctor?
Yep. Dr. Hickfield's the name. Good morning, Doctor. Oh, hi there, Juicy. Cute as ever. Is this Daddy's room?
Yeah. Except he's gone for a morning checkup. Be back soon. How are you, Miss Trudy? Got any place that you like? Examine.
Doctor,
Doctor, the nurse was looking for me.
Why, it isn't Daddy the old cutest little thing in town. Well, I guess I'll be off then. Later, Josie. Yeah.
Wow, what an odd bird that guy was. Ah, so you know he ain't human. Good morning. Didn't expect you so soon, Apollo. Mr. Wright. The frick? Oh, I didn't examine the office.
Ah! Daddy, you snuck some grape juice in again? The doctor says you weren't supposed to drink that here.
Drusy, look at the label.
Oh. Deep sea mineral water. That's fine, I guess.
I switched the labels. Don't tell Drusy, Kay.
What can I say? The man loves his grape juice.
This looks like a child's toy piano.
Gotta practice. Won't want my fingers getting stiff. Great, now his hick accent is rubbing off on me. A pro always keeps his weapon close at hand. Shall I play you a tune? No thanks. How unfortunate. I so rarely get a chance to play. There's another bottle. He looks like an alcoholic. A swaying, spiraling stack of DVD cases. The Steel Samurai, the Nickel Samurai, the Pink Princess, the Zappy Samurai, Electric Bugaboo. They're all children's actions hero shows. This kid, I know, keeps sending them to me.
Huh? Like a niece or nephew?
Something like that.
Quite the collection.
This kid's parents must really be generous with their allowance. Funny, Mr. Wright doesn't seem the type that kids would like. Well, that kid is called Larry Butts. And he just sends in promotional material.
Check the TV.
What's that on TV? Looks like some sort of action hero show.
Oh, I know that one. That's the Sniffling Samurai. His booger flick attack is a big hit with the grade school crowd.
I had no idea you like this kind of stuff, Mr. Wright. Well, what else is there to do when you're stuck in bed? Besides, the episodes will just keep piling on if I don't keep up, you know? Yeah. Try not buying them. Now's the only time I get to watch and write up my reports.
Your reports?
It's a long story. Like a lot of things, actually. Mr. Wright's bed. It's really messy.
Look how messy this is! You're just hopeless without me, aren't you, Daddy?
Yikes! She's attempting to clean up. Look out! You got me. What can I say? I was raised in a barn. Try not to let word get out, Apollo, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it might ruin your illustrious career pretending to play the piano. I need to think of a better word for her when she says daddy. I don't like saying that word. Okay, we'll talk.
What happened? So.
Yeah, what happened?
Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run.
A hit? You were hit by a car?
Oh, he tried to swerve, I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air, only stopping when my head hit the telephone pole.
Oh, ow! You hit a telephone pole with your head? Are you okay?
Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. He is really lucky, as they say. Especially with that thick skull.
There's something about that, well, it just doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big. Not fat, but, you know what I mean.
Well, Trucy's still a child.
Papa! How many times do I have to remind you? Yeah, that's better to say. I'm not a child anymore.
But you'll always be Papa's little baby girl to me.
Yep, just retroactively change all those words.
My foot. I'm not buying it. Oh, something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Oh, I stole your lines. Not a mere stage magician. She's a genius.
Hee. Aw, Papa.
You'll soon come to appreciate her talent.
Why did you say that so weird?
Eh. I got my evil eye back. You could just tell
me things instead of insinuating them and stealing my words. Right, talent agency. So, why did you contact me? What could the Right Talent Agency possibly want with me in its orange flavor?
No need to get prickly now.
Hey, I didn't ask to be dragged in like this. Huh? But didn't you come into the office of your own free will anyway? Well, yeah, of course.
Help! We're in big trouble here at the office. Big!
I thought someone was dying.
So, you don't think this is a big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people, and one of them is in the hospital.
That's right, Papa. How are we going to pay this month's rent and the groceries?
Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. It's a symbiotic relationship. When one of us falls, the other 2 must fall.
Hey, this isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old.
In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, you'll have to transfer to a new school. Again.
No, I can't. I only just made friends. They got used to the weird top hat. How could you do this to me? To us? Polly!
You have the parrot? What? Now it's my fault.
On that note, how about you come to work for us? We've got the perfect client for you already lined up.
A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? All right. I'll hear what you have to say.
You got him, Papa. Hook, line, and sinker.
Hook, line, and sucker. Now it's time to reel him in.
It's official. I'm scared. Our client. All right, who's this client? Why does it taste orange?
Ah, yeah, here. Take a look at the map, and I'll explain. Last night, I left the office just before 9 o'clock. I was going to the Dockney pasta joint. Al dente's. I play piano there, of course. That's when it happened. This car sent me flying, nicked a telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh?
Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal.
The car sped off in this direction. So good luck.
Huh?
You wanted a client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. Find the guy who knocked me into that telephone pole.
Whoa, hold on. I'm a defense attorney, not a detective.
Don't worry. Once you found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court.
I'm not a prosecutor either. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home. I'm fine.
Don't get so worked up. It's just a joke. What?
Oh, Papa. Sorry, Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know? Even the ones that aren't very funny.
Your real client should be stopping by the office anytime now.
The office, you mean the talent agency?
Why'd you say it like it was orange? It wasn't flavored orange this time.
How can you read my words?
One more thing. Do look into my accident too, would you? I marked the scene of the tragedy on this map.
Tragedy, huh? Your ankle is mourning.
It's right in front of the park. Should be easy to find. So, he's gonna make me investigate this after all. Map added to the courtroom record.
What's that? Looks strangely familiar. How could you not recognize an attorney's badge? It's been 7 years. I've forgotten a lot of things. Oh, I didn't even realize! It says Papa on the hat. That's why it works. Ha! I guess 7 years are longer than others. Oh, you should hear about 12 years ago. What happened then? Alright, nothing seems to have changed in the room. June 15th, 10.
Hey. How long you planning on making me wait, eh?
Ah, good morning.
Hey there, Trucy doll. Sounds like your pops had a bit of a rough spot, eh?
All's well that ends well, I guess.
This is our client?
Hey, so this is that Apollo fellow, eh? Oh,
Yes? The name's Apollo.
look at him there. Arms all crossed, ready to fight.
Yes, sir. You don't mean that literally, do you?
The boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me down now, Paulo.
Don't worry about your defense, sir. I'm on it.
Defense? Your noodle have cooked. It's too late for defense. My castle's been stormed, my keep's been kept, my noodle stand's been stolen.
Noodle?
You know, Mr. Eldon from the noodle stand, don't you, Paulie?
Oh! Oh, wait! Is Trucy calling Apollo Polly? I thought it was the bird. No nicknames, please. And no, of course I don't know him.
You knowin' these parts?
Not really.
Then you know the best noodle in town. Eldon's Noodles.
Whose noodles?
My noodles. Help me out here, Trucy doll.
This is Mr. Guy Eldon. Mr. Guy Eldon, our client. I get the last name. Why is he just called Guy? Maybe you can tell us the problem, Mr. Eldon?
Anything for you, Trucy doll. I feel like I have fucked up with the voice here, making him too old. He seems to have this, like, swagger going on. But,
Move aside, I'm investigating. How magic tricks are done. Strange blocks, split. A strange split block leers at me from the wall. This is one of those boxes for cutting people in half, you know? This cabinet is used for the illusion called zigzag. I've seen one on TV. Why is one just sitting here in your office? Wait, you stole my words earlier!
Oh, it's a little big for me, you see. So I'm using it as furniture. Hats in the top, shirts in the middle, and pants down below. I think it's a nice touch, don't you?
It's not exactly what I call welcoming decor. But oh boy, does it give character.
It's alive! Ah! Don't touch Mr. Charlie!
Mr. Charlie?
He's been in the office much longer than I have. Papa's mentor had a great fondness for Mr. Charlie. He's lived here since Papa was a rookie attorney.
Huh, Mr. Charlie.
Right. Now I take care of him.
That table doesn't look very sturdy.
You've never seen one of these? It's a magic table.
So you make this teapot disappear?
So you might think, but that's not it. Before your very eyes, the contents of the pot change from Earl Grey to some other tea.
Kinda hard to see the difference, you'd think. Oh, I tapped that. I was aiming for the couch. But yeah, off stream, I'm currently just running through the other Ace Attorney trilogy, Phoenix Wright, and Depotted Plant. It's one of those hula hoop things everyone was crazed about way back when.
Really? I had no idea these things were that popular.
I'm not so bad with one myself, actually.
I'm still learning. So you can really make someone levitate with this? Show me!
Huh? I have no idea how.
It's just a normal hula hoop, isn't it?
Noodles.
Whoa! That fork is floating!
Not. Why do you have a plate of plastic spaghetti here?
That right there is the whole reason I became a magician.
Do tell.
I saw a plate just like that in a restaurant once. The floating fork looked so real. That's when I knew someday I'd make magic more amazing than that spaghetti.
Ugh. The water is coming back with a vengeance. There are all sorts of strange paraphernalia sitting on top of this piano. Yeah, I know that word!
Those are my magic props. Practice, practice, practice. A professional never leaves their weapon far from reach.
Oh, there's someone in chat. I just looked down at my phone.
What about the great papa across his head? Oh, you should hear about last Friday. We don't talk about that. Great delivery.
Is this your first AA? I don't remember that being her motivation.
Okay, so
I was not expecting anyone to be here. I was mostly expecting time travelers to come and watch from the future. But you can't play the piano with all this junk on it.
oh, no one plays here anyway. And the neighbors complain.
I guess Mr. Wright really can't play. A mysterious face. An old sepia-tinted photo of a man in a silk top hat. Howdy.
That's my favorite magician. I want to be just like him someday.
Ah, sure, nice. Guess it's good to have a role model, even if he's gotta be well over 100.
How rude!
Ace Attorney protagonist can't think. And a hat. A blue silk hat, just like the one Trudy is wearing.
It's True C. Oh, that's just for show. Please don't wear it.
Last thought from my mind, honest.
I put it there so clients can see it and know who I am. Nothing says magician like a silk top hat.
All these legal books must be Mr. Wright's leftovers. There's a lot of unrelated books in here, too. One Trick a Day, Magic for Idiots. I think a pro magician would aim a bit higher.
Crazy that you did the papa right after I said it. And I talked about playing the Phoenix Wright trilogy after I asked.
Yeah, I think in my periphery, I can see you. It's just that my focus is on the game.
Alright, let's talk. Who's this guy? So, you run a noodle stand, Mr.
Eldon. Guys Eldon's the name. And noodles are my game. The secret's in the soup. Been searching for the perfect soup for a year and a half.
Oh, that's not long, really?
My family's been noodle men for generation. Got a lot of expectations on my shoulders.
Fully thought you had been reading. Nope, now I'm reading.
15 fathers passing the noodle to 15 sons.
That's a pretty old noodle.
I, in a fool that I was, I pushed it away. I rebelled against my pops and picked another livelihood. But that didn't turn out so well.
Oh?
There was no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy. That's not healthy.
So when are you gonna drop dead? It was destiny that you became what you are.
Right! Destiny's the word. Oh, I thought of it. I fought it. But in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate.
Not a mental image I care to linger on.
So last year, I started my noodle stand. The 15th generation of Eldon's Noodles.
Eldon's Noodles. Tell me more about Eldon's noodles.
You don't know the genius that are my noodles? I make them so salty. Why, they're saltier than salt!
I really don't want to find out. Papa's a regular at the noodle stand.
He frequents my pop's stand back during his attorney days, too. He called it cheeseburgers, though. Pretty wacky kid. Yep. Him and his assistant.
I'm sorry. I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon.
Wish you could, Sonny!
Eh?
Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bowl about now.
What do you mean?
I was stolen! My stand! Gone! And it's what I said when I entered here. What were you, looking around the room and completely forgot?
Stolen?
You did! It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle. That is not a whistle sound.
That is not a whistle! It's like an ice cream truck's bell, but louder. He even gets complaints.
I believe the word was compliments. No, you're just trying to butter me up.
That sounded more like the blues than a whistle. Yeah!
I closed up my stand for the night and parked by the house. Then, this morning, dark and early, it was gone. My key, my castle. Oh.
Maybe some bum carted it off? Just guessing here.
Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls were in there too.
That's the saddest thing I've heard all day. Your papa went into the hospital. Yeah, but that was last night.
You know it. Anyhow, that's the deal. Good luck.
Good. What? Wait. What exactly is your request?
My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Of course, I make it so hot and salty, 2 bowls kill the man. Then I really need a defense.
Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective.
This is where I live. You drop by if you see my any info, okay?
Eldon's house. Still not whistle.
Get it back today if you can, Paulo. I got noodles to make.
Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves. Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo.
Huh?
I have a bad feeling about this.
Hey, listen to the lady's problem now. Don't be cruel.
I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen.
Hey, what's this? What, even in skullduggery? Yeah, I know that word too. I just had issues in the first case. Fucking Winston Payne in his dictionary.
Well, someone stole a pair of my panties.
The music!
Oh, that's a good animation, him sucking on his own hair. That sounds bad when you say it out loud. So they were, stolen your... my panties, yes. Right, yeah? No, I mean, like, the panties.
That's a crying shame. That is, Trucy doll.
Thanks, Guy. You saved me out of an awkward situation. I was alone in the office last night. I hung my panties out the window there to dry. When a thief came and took them. My favorite ones! I ran after them. Give me those back, I shouted. Wait! Well, that was certainly brave of you. But I lost him. Without those, I don't know what I'll do. They're just underwear.
A darn crying shame, yup.
Well, at least the scene of the crime is convenient. I'll mark it on your map.
I'll be heading home now. Remember, find my stand, or there's an empty bowl in your future, Paolo.
Right.
I thought your name was Justice. No! And you help out Trucy doll here.
Things have certainly picked up, haven't they? We had no work yesterday, and now we have 3 cases! I guess? One of them is coming from internally the office, you know, right? Let's see where we stand. Not in a courtroom. That's where. Well, the first item on our list. Phoenix Wright. Papa's hit-and-run accident. We have to find the one who hit him. Who's gonna pay us for this again? And the second item. Mr. Eldon's request to find his stolen stand, for which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles. And the request... Oh, sorry, I've been stealing your lines. Damn it! And the last request is mine! To find my stolen goods. That's a good replacement. That bowl of noodles is looking better and better. Trucy will pay you in a slightly better corner of the office for your desk. Let's go, Polly! To the streets! Aren't you enthusiastic? How could I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me! I guess we might as well get started. Let's see. A hit and run, a stolen stand. Last but not least, stolen goods. Did anything magically change in the room? It's a finger now, not an exclamation. A magnifying glass. Alright. Save. Boop. Boop. Alright. Accident scene. Let's start with the accident scene. Oh my goodness. June 15th. Accident scene. So this is where Mr. Wright got hit by that car? According to the map, this is the place. This doesn't look like a park. What a huge mansion. Apollo, there's a nice looking lady over there. Let's question her. Okay. A little curious about the park over there, too. Oh my gosh, what is she doing? Oh. She looks like a thumb. Excuse me, can we have a few words with you? You want something? Whoa. That... It's quite a house you've got there. You must have lots of money. Oh, money. Sounds like something my son would call his friends. This is... Kitaki Family Mansion, little girl. You, kid with the hair, you want something? Me? No, not a thing. Bye. Apollo! We can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something? But the Kitaki family. They're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. If you're going to ask something, ask it. If you're man enough. Right! You stole my words. Yay! Way to whip him into shape, ma'am. Does she know no fear? I'm Plum. Plum Kitaki. Wife of the 4th head of the Kitaki family business. Friends call me Little Plum. I'm Little Apollo Justice, attorney at law. If looks could kill, this woman would be a mass murderer by now. I now regret calling her a thumb. Okay, don't talk to her. Just examine the scene. There's paint splashed all over this gate. What a mess. Was this paint knocked over by the car that hit my papa? That's right. And I'm left to clean up the mess. If you find whoever did this, bring the scoundrel by, would you? Of course! Then you can make them clean up their own mess. You're cute. Naive, but cute. When I find whoever did this, you can bet I'll be doing some cleaning. There's nothing I dislike so much as a mess. Oh! I wish I could say cool things like that.
I'll bet you do.
I'd laugh if my teeth weren't chattered so hard. Wow, what a big house! And the gate is so big! The Kataki family is... It's like shiitake? Kataki. It's pretty big around these parts. I like the fox. It's so cute.
Ah, that a family crest from the old country.
Your family crest?
You're clever as a fox. We're clever as a fox, and our teeth are sharp.
So it's like a motto. You need a crest too, Apollo. Ooh, how about Scales of Justice or a lunar lander? I'll pass, thanks. I fucking love that. I'm saying it fine, so Kentucky. I'm sticking with it until the time travelers rip a new one. A brightly painted dragon. Why do I get the feeling he's glaring at me? Those paints must have been to repaint this wall.
That's right. I called in an artist to do the job right. He's the third so far.
The third?
The first spilled paint all over the entrance here. The second on my kimono. So
No, don't tell me. It's better that I don't know.
You know your place.
How do I rotate? How do I get to the other side? Or do I have to talk to her? Probably.
Kentucky's.
Little Plum. That's a really cute name for someone so...
Yes.
Whoa! What is it, Apollo? How about you go through me when talking to her, okay, Trucy? Huh? That seems like a bit of needless procedure. There's an arrow on the UI.
Oh, little girl, you should know. We're gangsters.
Gangster. Oh, that means you're the bad guys. Trucy, through me. Please, I'm begging you here.
The bad guys. I like the sound of that.
I'm going to need some warm tea after this.
It takes a lot of hard work to protect the family fortune. Things aren't as easy as they used to be for us bad guys.
So, you're saying that business is in a slump? Let's not ask about business if we can help it, please. Oh, it's on this part of the UI. Okay. Yeah, I'll finish talking to her. So, there was supposedly a car accident here last night.
Last night.
Of course you wouldn't know about it. Sorry to bother you.
Wait.
Yes?
You're talking about that man, aren't you? The one who flew 30 feet and just walked away?
That's my papa!
I should have known! He has minions! One of our capos thought he'd make a great point man.
Capo? Point man? Could you avoid using such, industry lingo?
In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. I've been cleaning up this mess since morning.
Cleaning up this paint? Splattered paint. Was this paint spilled at the time of the accident?
It was around 9 last night. I heard a crashing noise and found your father drowning in a sea of paint.
So, you came to his rescue?
You've my husband, the boss, to thank for that. The car that hit your father knocked over this paint, then turned the corner and sped away. We're in the middle of repainting our walls, you see.
I'm sure the dragon is glaring at me. But why are you out here cleaning it up?
What do you mean?
I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons to do your dirty work for you? Please, go through me when you want to!
such a stiff lawyer, boy? I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image. Yes. How'd you know I was a lawyer? The badge, idiot. But we're community-oriented gangsters, you see. The boss likes to give back to the people, yeah? How noble of him. I availed myself of the public facilities to get rid of all the garbage. Now there's just the paint on the street to deal with.
Public facilities? I wonder if she means that trash can.
And rotate.
Oh! Who's that? She's looking at the park. She's pretty. Ooh. I bet she has a story, you know? Yeah, because only pretty people can have stories. There is something about her. Too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush.
Unlike this woman, she seems totally content.
Yeah, looks like there's some trouble in the park gate. I smell an accident.
Ma'am, there's no entry to the park.
Now, don't you tell me where I can't go, young fella.
Oh no. Oh no, don't. No. Immediately, old woman. I thought old Bag would be dead by now.
I always walk through this park on my way home.
Please get down from there. You'll hurt yourself, ma'am.
That's quite the determined old lady.
Personally, I'm a little more interested in this park. You know what I think? I bet they're filming a movie. Let's take a look. Maybe we'll see someone famous.
Hey, Miss.
Oh, hey, miss, stay out of the park.
Oh, he got mad at me. Something happened here, officer?
Huh? No, move along. Nothing to see. Why don't you kids go play somewhere else?
We're not kids and we're not playing. I'm an attorney. I'm guessing this is the lady. Something wrong?
Oh, Detective Sky. We're fine, ma'am. Nothing to report.
Whoa! She got older. It's been 7 years. Detective? Why is she wearing a lab coat? You're hardly one to comment on how people are dressed. Little top hat. And these kids are...
Curious seekers, ma'am.
They claim to be lawyers.
Ah. Why don't you kids run along and play someplace else? Look! We're not... Or I might spill something on that pretty face of yours.
Oh gosh.
Want a dose of experimental hydroxycellulose acetate? Come again? That's hydroxy stuff. Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go. I stole your words again, Apollo. Damn it! Try to keep the riffraff. Try to keep out the riffraff, if you would.
Yes, ma'am.
She's mean. How do we get more information like this? Why don't we ask the nice woman across the street? Oh yes, that nice woman. Beep. There's a big trash can on the way into the park. I guess we could check it out. A detective's life sure is a hard one. I'm an attorney, actually. Huh? 2 pieces of garbage with paint on them. These are slippers. They look like slippers you get at the hospital. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go on a car? It's a side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something. Or someone. Wait, you don't think... I do. This could be from the car that hit Mr. Wright. Wow. And he took off his mirror? I never knew Papa was so strong. I would label it more as dense. I only have room in my pocket for one of these, though. Which do you want to take? Mirror seems like obvious evidence. And then we can click it again to switch it out. I just did that part in the first Ace Attorney trilogy, where you have the 2 images that you gotta switch out.
Of the AA games, this is the one I just watched. And also, that was like 12 years ago or something. So getting a refresher is interesting. This game is like a fever dream.
Yep. Yep. I've never, ever seen anything about the cases in here. All I can remember about this is the joke from So This Is Basically Ace Attorney of Apollo has 7 backstories. That's it! That's all I know! I gotta say, I'd really like to know what happened here.
Hey, I said no one goes in. Unless you want a face full of...
No dice. People Park. How generic. People Park, huh? Kind of an odd name for such an empty place. I wonder why it's named that. Hey, there's something written on the game gate's posts. Huh? Oh yeah. It says donated by Big Wins Kataki. Uh-oh. You mean the Kataki family built this park? It's so nice of them to give back to the community like that. Let's not get too friendly with them, shall we? A gangster building a park. Odd move for a crime boss. It's a weird one. And I'm saying it's a weird one in reference to the comment that's right there. Brightly paint. Oh, you can. She's on the wrong side of the road! Okay. Now that I looked at the accident, I can freely go back and forth. Turn my neck. Good luck. People Park. Can I ask you a question?
What?
What happened to the park across the street?
Oh, yes. Quite the commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss would say.
Chicago.
Gunfire. Someone was killed. Strange circumstances, too.
You're kidding!
What a morning. Trouble everywhere. The park, the gate, even our house.
Did something happen at your house, too?
A crime without honor, without remorse. It's a private matter. Wanna hear about it?
Somehow I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly. Oh, she was in... So, what happened at your house?
Bloomers last night.
Eh? Oh, no.
My little plum Kataki, the victim of the panty snatcher.
What? So it wasn't just mine that were stolen?
Got you too, did they? Poor thing. Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal.
Wasn't you, was it?
No,
Of course not, Mercy.
I've heard word that panties have been disappearing lately. And the missing panties all have something in common. It's hard. I have stolen your mind thoughts, child!
It's hard to imagine Trucy and Mrs. Kataki's panties having much in common. Just imagine. Oh. I know. We'll find your bloomers, too.
Great! Show me what you're made of.
What have you gotten me into this time, Trucy?
The thief.
Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that the same Clover design that's on the image?
That girl from before.
Oh, welcome home, sweetie.
Hello, Mother.
Why do you have such a weird accent now?
She's a Kataki, too. Miss! Here, our flyer.
Right Anything Agency?
Anything agency? Yeah. Do you like the new flyer? So, this is our defense attorney, Mr. Apollo Justice.
Attorney?
Drop by our office. We'll be waiting.
Goodbye.
Why did you give her our flyer? I don't know. She seemed like she could use some help. She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty. She doesn't need our help. We're the law. They don't do with that stuff. I wouldn't be so sure.
Hmm?
Okay. Now I think it's time to move. To the other place. June 15th. Scene of the stand theft.
No.
So, what's this place? This would be Mr. Eldon's house, silly.
Oh. So this is where his stand was stolen from?
I can see a piece of evidence lying on the ground already.
Hey!
What? I didn't push a button, but yeah, I guess now would be a good time to save.
They said the trash can. And you missed it.
I already checked the trash can. I pulled out the rearview mirror. Bargain. 3 shots for the price of 1. Marackets Clinic. Look, there's a police car parked over there. Oh, you're right. What's with the sparkly entrance? What is this place? A hospital? There's a sign. Marackets Clinic. Oh, that's where the thief went.
Yeah, just saw it was clickable.
Yeah, it's got that swapping mechanic of where you can only hold one of a certain object, and it's just like, oh, you come back there when you want to switch it out. Because she said, oh, I can only hold either the slippers or the rearview mirror. So I grabbed the rearview mirror. And so it still says clickable because you can theoretically still click on it to switch it out. It's a strange UI design, but it does its job. Oh! The thief? The one who snatched my goods! He ran into this clinic last night. Wait, maybe that police car is here to help find my goods.
I doubt it.
Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate. Fuck, I forget.
What voice I gave him? Yeah, it was this. Hey, there you are, Sonny. Well, you find anything yet?
No, not yet. We just got here. I'm fine. And you're not.
The longer you live around here, the saltier your victory bowl gets. Just remember that.
This bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment and more like punishment.
Yeah, I've only got one to my name. It's on my head.
Dog.
Look, a doggy.
Good boy, Salty. I'm sure the dog has a real name, Trucy.
Yep, sure does. His name is Spoon. And it's a she, by the way.
Spoon doesn't seem to be lively.
She didn't get a bowl of salty broth this morning. That's why. Poor little thing.
Apollo, let's find that stand soon for Spoon's sake. Not for the person whose livelihood is based on it, for a dog. That's your priority list? Yes.
That is the bathroom door.
It's old.
It's been well loved, that's for sure. I've lived here with my wife for many years now. It's got character, though. Just like my soup. I always thought character was a positive thing.
Save the light. That's an interesting sign. There's a handwritten sign here. Save the light. Save the light indeed. Mr. Eldon's house is practically in the dark. I guess the hospital clinic next door blocks the sunlight.
Everything's gone wrong since they built that monstrosity. Broth needs sun, or it rots. What's some men to do? They just want my customers to get food poisoning so they can turn a pretty profit.
It seems like a lot of trouble to go for a few extra patients.
No.
That's quite a sign. I take it that's no as opposed to old.
Ah, you like it? I made it myself, I did. I meant to write noodles, but ran out of space.
Prior planning prevents poor performance.
Luckily for me, it spells a word all by itself, and it spruces up my image. It does.
It does have a certain power of willful denial thing going for it. Vote for generic men. Bull. Is this yours, Mr. Eldon?
Hey! There's the heart and soul of Eldon's noodles! The bowl absorbs my salty soup. Pretty soon it's gonna taste just like noodles.
Wow, it does smell like noodles.
All my other bowls got taken away with my stand. Get it back for me, sonny boy! I'm begging ya! Begging you. That's the place, right there! That's where I get my stand, covered all nice and purty with the blue top there.
So you use this plastic sheet to cover your stand at night? I see. You see? What? Did you figure out why it was stolen? Well, no, but it does suggest that the thief knew that he or she was looking for. They clearly knew that what was under that sheet.
So it wasn't one of those casual drive-by stand snatchers, you mean? Not bad, sonny boy. Not bad at all. Unlike my soup, I mean. I already said it. Ain't that dangerous?
It's like an oil drum connected to that sink over there. Collecting rainwater to do the dishes. How environmentally conscious. You don't think he uses rainwater to cook his noodles, to make his broth, do you? Oh, I'm sure he finds the best water money could buy. Taste is his business, you know. Look, that sign over there. Eldon's only uses water from all natural sources. I think I'll take a rain check on eating here. He does. Rain is natural. Natural process. That doorway. I think I clicked too far. I forgot I need to use the arrow keys to turn my neck. The Mercat's Clinic, huh? Looks more like a casino parlor than a hospital. It must be quite profitable. Funny, it looks closed. Maybe they're on vacation today. But you said someone ran in there. I'm the assistant. I can't have good ideas. I'd understand if there was an ambulance outside, but a police car? Maybe they're tax evaders.
Sorry, miss. Not going into the clinic today.
Did something happen?
Huh? Oh, no. Nothing to see here. Move along. You'll have to find someplace else to play doctor.
Do we look like the right age to be playing doctor? We need a little more info on the Maractus Clinic. It's like miracle. Blah, blah, blah. Imports rainwater from New York. You can import that? We could ask Mr. Eldon. He's their neighbor after all. We should check that out. What if the thief who stole my goods are still in there? You stole my words again, didn't you? Yeah. You didn't notice until after. Looks like they have a special offer going on. 3 shots for the price of 1. There's our chance, Apollo. Chance for what? I don't need any shots, thank you. Whoever runs this clinic, they seem pretty business-minded. Okay, turn my neck. Exit, turn my neck. Who's standing here? No one! Alright.
Eldon's noodles.
So, your stand, Eldon's Noodles, was it?
Hey! Passed down from father to son. That stand's seen its share of old salt. Salt runs in the family, you might say.
I bet high blood pressure does too. I mean, seriously, sodium is not the best for you if you don't have anything you need sodium for. So, your noodle stand, Eldon's Noodles, was stolen.
Oh, it wasn't just the stand that was stolen, sonny boy. I lost those wobbly wheels, my salt-crusted stew pots, my stain sign.
I didn't just lose a stand, I lost a legend.
No one steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend, Apollo.
Isn't it about time he bought a new one anyway? Are there any more details you could give about the stand?
You bet, sonny boy. It happened last night. I was blowing my whistle like always, crying the town I was. The smell of broth filled the streets thick and salty. I got home, well, right before 10 p.m., I reckon.
I guess he's not aiming for that late night market.
I washed my bowls and gave the wheels a squirt of grease. Then I went inside.
When did you notice it had been stolen?
Early this morning, before the sun rose. Work starts early.
Do that many people eat noodles for breakfast? Yeah.
When you don't have money, I'm washed up on the salty shores of ruination. That stand had my whole life in it. Nay, my whole being.
They took everything?
All my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams.
At least they have one bowl. Look, they're on the ground.
If you don't find the stand today, then I'll be forced to walk the streets peddling that bowl. My last bowl. And this whistle.
It's not a whistle.
It's a whistle.
Please, I'm under enough pressure as it is. It's a goddamn harmonica.
That's it. That's where the thief who snatched my goodies ran to.
It's a crying shame, that is. If they have to steal, make my loincloth, not some petty girl's goodies.
The garage, right. You don't think the thief lives there, do you?
Apollo, are you having a stroke?
Hey! Feh! I wouldn't put it past that good old for-nothing doctor.
Do I detect a little animosity here?
Let's make sure to check out that garage thoroughly.
Lyricits. Maractus.
Hey, do you think something happened next door? There's a police car out front.
Probably gave some food poisoning, I'll bet.
If anyone's at risk of giving someone food poisoning, it's Mr. Rainwater here.
That police car got here this morning, actually. I asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't even tell me. The neighbor. Not that I was surprised much. That doctor works for the wrong crowd. It was just a matter of time before he got what was coming to him.
The wrong crowd?
Never you mind about that. He works for the Fay and Co. right office.
That's more than 7 years old, you know.
Yeah? What of it?
It's called the Right Anything Agency now.
Huh! Bad name, Jason.
I know. Oh. Oh, I should probably present that mirror to the lady out front of the house. Oh. We can go to the garage, even though it's to the left. Onward! Hey! Look at that!
This is the place. This is where that goodie snatcher ran.
Are you sure?
Maybe. Let's look for clues. Clues to a panty snatching. Clues like a pair of panties.
Trucy, could you try not saying that so many times?
I am shocked.
Got.
Hey, kitty cat. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. It's not coming down.
We do look kind of suspicious, you have to admit.
It's okay, kitty. His hair won't hurt you.
It's okay, kitty cat. She won't make you disappear in her hat. Is this the new step? Oh, this is probably the step ladder. Look, it's a folding ladder.
Polly, that's called a step ladder.
Come on. Oh god, I'm cursed with the protagonist syndrome. A step ladder? How's that any different from a regular ladder then?
It's a much more complex piece of machinery.
It's like 2 ladders stuck together. So you admit that basically it's a ladder, right? Wait, huh? You have to look past the form and at the essence of the thing. Can we talk about something else? This joke is several games old. Ah! Someone's there! Oh, it's just a gold-painted human skeleton. Just a human skeleton? And painted gold? Is a mannequin hand waving to us from the box behind the skeleton. This place just screams hospital storage, don't you think? It screams something, that's for sure. Tire. Ooh, evidence. There's something about this car. Let's take a closer look. Evidence. Look, a cell phone. Someone dropped it beneath this tire. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure. I wonder if it belongs to the doctor here. We should bring it to him later. It's got a timepiece on it. Oh, right. I can look at stuff. Ooh. No clues here. Really? No clues there? You look at the wires first? It's cut clean off. I wonder what's in there. Don't. There are bare wires hanging out. Let's see. Ah! What? Are you okay? Just a little joke. What? Don't scare me like that. Where? It doesn't even have a battery. You don't mean shock you? Zap. Doesn't even have a battery. Apollo, how could you fall for that? Oh, look! I love these little personal touches. Seems a shame to hide it on the bottom of the bowl. Huh? I touched it. The paint flaked off. Must have been painted on by hand with warm, professional care. After buying the cheapest paint he could find with cold, professional thrift. It's Eldon Noodle's mascot. Really? Mr. Salty. He's so cute. It's not a very endearing mascot, is it? You know, come to think of it, it looks a lot like you, Apollo, especially the red parts. Can I help if I like red? Look at this cute little watch strap. I want one. It's kind of odd, though. What is? I mean, if you wanted to know the time, you could just look at the phone itself. Hey, you're right. Sharp, Apollo, like your hair. Thanks. Finally, someone complimented my hair. So what does that tell you? Well, the owner of this phone doesn't think through the details, for one. They did drop their phone after all. I kind of figured they were a little spacey already. Oh, good point. Wait. That reminds me. I once read a record of a case that Mr. Wright worked on so many years ago. Apparently, there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved into the tailpipe. That piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue to solving the case. Wow! I remember that case record... I tell you where it's... Damn it. I remember that case record whenever I'm checking out a car. I always check the tailpipe. Everyone's gotta have a hobby, I guess. Wouldn't it be funny if... Hey! There's something in there! What? Wait a second. Are these your... Ah! Mine! What? Already? Wow. Thank you, Apollo. You're a genius. Amazing. No. Don't mention it. No, I'm serious. I'm really impressed. You must have a nose for finding these... What are those? my little goodies, of course. They've come home to Mama. I can't wait to use them. You're gonna put them on now? Watch closely now. See? Nothing in. Ta-da!
Oh, wait. Where'd that come from? How did you get wool out of your panties?
My panties are in an extra-dimensional space. Anything can fit in there. They're my magic panties. It's one of my best tricks.
Magic panties.
They love them over at the Wonder Bar. I do shows there nightly.
You mean those panties are a prop? You could have told me a little sooner!
Trucy's panties. Prop for performing magic. Found in an exhaust pipe of a car at Maracket's clinic.
Oh.
Maractus. Maracket. It's a racket.
You don't know Salty's Pim? I don't understand that message.
Well, that's one case closed at least. What are you saying? We still have to catch the sly devil that ran off with the tool of my trade.
Oh, right.
Something tells me we're not finished searching this garage anyway. You supposed to check that last? 'Cause this is pretty obvious. Hey, look at that! The mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue. What? You're smiling like you know something I don't. You aren't keeping a clue from me, are you, Paulie? A clue? Let's see. I think I do have just the clue I've got in mind, and it's in your pocket. Ta-da!
Take that!
My clue is this!
Whoa! It's the same color, and size, and everything. It's a perfect match! I guess we could check it out. Pieces of garbage with paint on them. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go on a car? It's a side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something. Or someone. Well, looks like we just solved the case. So the car that hit Papa last night. Smiling Friends reference attempt. Oh, I never watched that show. Is sitting right in front of us. Yup. Wow, you put the pro in professional, Apollo. Gee, thanks, Trudy. It's Trucy. Apollo. Huh? What? I fucked it up, didn't I? Yes. What is it? Now that we've solved this case, we should go report to Papa. He'll mope if we leave him alone for too long, knowing him. Okay. He doesn't seem to be the type to mope, though. This is hardly a case worth reporting. Ooh. Interesting. It's a garage that has a camera? So you can see the street? Huh. Interesting.
Human body. Fragile.
Aren't we all? Ooh, there's a vent. Nope, not important. Alright. Eldon's house. Nope, nothing new. Alright. Little Plum's not here. She's not finished cleaning. Maybe she went to get a newspaper?
Okay, who's the wise guy who spit gum on the street?
Her voice carries all the way out to the street from inside the mansion. She's a neat freak. How cute.
You there! It was you, wasn't it? Fess up! I hope you've said your prayers. You're gonna need them!
Trucy, let's leave now. Yeah. I was thinking about switching out the evidence, but I feel like we need to show it to Apollo. What? You want to see them again? Well, if you must. No, I'm fine, really. Let's just put them away, shall we? Case closed. What are you talking about? The case isn't closed until we have our thief. Just find him on the side while you work on the other cases.
If it were that easy, we wouldn't need the police.
If we don't need the police, then we don't need the defense attorneys either, right?
Fine, fine. I'll look for your peony snatcher. Any leads? Well, do you have any leads?
A moment. Alakazam! Alakazing! Whoa!
Where'd all this evidence come from? So, what happens next?
That's it! Pretty neat, huh?
Yeah, neat. Yo, how goes it?
Papa! How do you feel?
Not bad, Trucy. Not bad. It's good to have you youngins on the case. Let old Daddy-O get some well-deserved R&R.
So when there's an O on the end, we can say it. The elderly need their rest.
Isn't he only 33? Well, we've cleared up most of the cases. I was right about you. Competent. Capable. Car crash. Tell me what you found out.
Your enthusiasm is overwhelming.
Alright, let's save here. Alright. Progress report.
Well, I clearly didn't expect you back this early.
Could probably get the slippers now. Sorry, backseated, my bad.
Yeah. I definitely don't want spoilers for this. Because that is the most interesting thing about this, that I've never been spoiled on this. And then it showed up on Steam, and it's like, ooh, I don't know what to stream. And so now I'm here, doing Murder Mondays.
Polly's amazing!
The bird?
No, Apollo.
His name's Apollo.
He found my panties so quick. Almost like he was the one who stole them.
You have an interesting concept of praise. And did you find the mad driver who gave me that 30-foot toss? Apparently, it was a doctor from the Maractus Clinic. Maractus. I've heard of them. Nothing good, mind you. That reminds me, a police car was parked outside the clinic.
Maybe something happened.
What is this Maractus Clinic anyway? It tasted orange.
I know, no spoilers, no worries.
Yeah. I don't want to put, like, no spoilers in, like, the title or the description, because then, you know, random schmuck who somehow finds me on the internet will just be like, here's the Sano case. I've heard all about the rumors. That clinic's been making good money. In a bad way.
Bad?
Ties to organized crime. The Kentucky family. The Kentucky family? He did that on purpose. Some injuries you can't take to public hospitals, see? They use the Maractus Clinic for their patch-up jobs. Interesting.
It looked like something had happened in that park.
A body was found there in an unusual circumstance. Something more unusual than being dead? It's not our concern, in any case.
Right, let's ignore that and find that last noodle stand. This totally won't come up in the final act of the case. This isn't an Ace Attorney game. This is an Apollo Justice game.
It says Ace Attorney after my name.
What?
Whatever happened to professional courtesy? Thanks, really. If I get tired of sleeping, maybe I'll head down to the Maractus place. Maybe hit him up for some reparations. A little legal action would do me some good. I was wondering when I'd get paid. We solved the case of your accident. Don't steal my words. And
Found a missing article of clothing.
My panties!
That leaves the noodle stand. Feel free to drop in if you get stuck. I'd be happy to help you with anything not involving money. Goodbye. Quid pro quo. Hello pro bono.
Right. Back to the office to plan our next move.
No, I'm gonna stay in the hospital.
No, I meant right as in the exclamation.
Why is their name like this? Yep. Present, not look. So this was the thing that led you to the car. Yes, sir! The mirror you knocked off was just the clue we needed. Good work, Apollo. Of course, you might say, I was the one who made solving that case possible. Yeah, you don't get points for knocking off a car's mirror by being so dense, Papa. No, I do want to see his reaction.
Look! My panties! They've come to Mama.
Thanks, Apollo. I was worried about them, too. Trucy specially ordered those. A startling display of parental concern. I'd hate to have to buy a new pair. Ugh. Make that a not so startling display of cheapskatedness. It's actually a relief to be thoroughly ignored. He just goes, ugh. Ugh. I've marked the location of the accident on your map. Find the criminal who knocked me into that telephone pole. It's like a Borderlands game. What's that? Looks strangely familiar. How could you not recognize? Because you didn't go neener, neener, neener. Alright. I feel the mirror is no use to us anymore. Oh. You're the woman from the Kentucky place.
Yes. I knew it. Something's the matter, and you want our help, right? I am right. Well, you've come to the right place. This way, please. I made that joke. Thank you. My name is Alita Tiala. I'll just stick with Alita. I have a request.
I'm a save before I do this. Oh wow, it's 3:12. It's been 3 hours. I want to go till the... I want to go to the next continue part, because then it's just like, it picks up right at the perfect time. But it's been 3 fucking hours. I have nothing else to do today. Your request. Let me guess. Something's been stolen?
Your flyer. It says, now defending. So I thought,
What? You mean you want me to defend you? Me?
maybe you can tell us what happened? Were you hit by a car? Did someone steal your stand? Or your panties? No! I'm not the client, actually. The client would be my fiancé, I suppose you'd call him.
Fiancé? What happened to him then?
He was arrested this morning. The charge was murder.
Murder?
Have you heard about what happened at the park?
Music change. So, what's your story? You frequent the Kataki mansion, yes. Are you a member of their, organization?
No, not yet.
Not yet?
You see, I'm to be married next month to the boss's son.
The boss's son?
So he's, oh no.
Yes, but the Katakis are locally responsible gangsters. I thought it'd be nice for a change. Quit my boring job, live the good life. Gangster life. I think you're onto something. This is Kataki. I like the sound of that.
I'm not sure your papa would care much for that. What happened?
I haven't been told all the details, but I know a body was found in the park near the Kentucky mansion.
There were a lot of police cars there.
Apparently, the victim was shot with a pistol. But I hear the circumstances of the shooting were rather unusual.
And your fiance was arrested for this.
What sort of person is your fiance?
Your fiance is the Kataki family's only son, correct?
His name is Waki Kataki.
I wonder what's going to be a very important piece of evidence in this case.
Oh no. I brought a photo.
Oh. Dapper young chap with the blue badger. Or is that the bad badger? It's got the little beard. It's the bad badger. Well, that's quite the photo.
I know. Oh, he can be powerful and menacing. It's so cute.
But if he's the boss's only son,
Yes, I'm sure he'll take his father's place someday.
Say, I'm a boss already of this agency.
Please help my Waki. Please help my Talkie.
right, my first solo defense case. Crime boss's son or not, I'll prove he's innocent.
I prepared a letter of request. I know you need those.
Letter of request added to the court record. Right, let's go check out some crime. You mean the scene of the crime?
Same difference.
Why does this envelope say hit request? It's a bit of lingo, like call in a hit or a hitman.
Oh, you mean gangster talk. So does hit mean to defend in gangsterese? Or, well, hitman?
I certainly hope not. Something tells me she used the wrong envelope. Yep, the world is 3D. They don't give you evidence for nothing. Present it back to her. No, I'm not going to present to her. I've learned from Mr. White not to present stuff. I'm not Apollo. I'm not an idiot. Oh, detention center. Woo. June 15th. Detention center. There's a room.
Polly, you look as happy as a clam in its shell.
For a lawyer, this is it. The place where the battle begins.
You need something?
Yes, we're attorneys. I was hoping we could see Mr. Waki Kataki.
Sorry, he's in questioning right now. Could take a while.
Rat. Guess we'll have to come back later then.
So much for that battle. I'm a poker face, guard man. What's going on in that face? A security guard. He stands here, watching this room. I have no idea if he's listening to us talk. I'm not even sure if he's breathing. That's concerning. Hey, they upgraded the lights. That security camera is looking at me. I wonder if they tape all of this. Apollo has an issue with being looked at. Okay, yeah, let's get the slippers. So this is it, my first murder crime scene.
It's you kids again. Look, can't you find some other place to play?
We're not playing. We're investigating, aren't we, Apollo?
Sir, I have a letter of request here. A letter of... Huh? Why does it say hit request on it? Talia must have used the Kataki stationery.
Whenever anyone calls his hair and forehead weird, can you blame him? What? Not when lawyers can't come in during questioning. What? His forehead weird.
Whoa. Hello again. Ah, it's you, Mr. Gavin.
Who's this guy?
I must say, I'm used to being inspected by the ladies. Yeah, I'm going with this accent. But this is the first time I've ever felt this way with a man.
Mr. Gavin?
Obviously, I'm the brother. He's German. Fräulein, what is a sweet morsel like you doing in such a dismal place? Can I help you?
Yes? The policeman officer fellow here won't let us in. We even have a letter of request.
You must be exhausted, standing out here. I will take you to the scene of the crime.
Oh, really?
By your leave, officer.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir. All of them have that weird way of talking.
Very well. This way, Fräulein.
Wee! Just wee. Paul not liking being looked at. Oh! Oh, that's why.
Well, he's a protagonist. He has to have the wacky hair. I guess he doesn't like to be looked at as a protagonist. Hey, what about me?
On that note, enjoy your investigation.
Thank you. Will we see you again?
Ask the wind, Fräulein.
Okay, he keeps on saying Fräulein, which is kind of... It's either French or German. So it needs more of this kind of tone. Ask the wind, Fräulein. I'll be riding on it. None of the Gavins can get their accent straight, can they? Who was that?
Apollo, look, a corpse.
What? Hey, it's just a mannequin.
Wow, it sure got me.
Ahem. Might I ask what is it you are doing here?
Oh, it's her again. Oh, it's you. How did you kids get in here?
Oh, this guy, well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in.
Him again. That glimmerous fop. Always getting in my way. Anyway, this scene is off limits. Excuse me, we have a letter of request. One moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? I'm doing science on the letter. German. So, he is a Von Karma, isn't he? I'd recognize that handwriting anywhere. Scientific analysis says this was written by Alita Telia. Thanks! It took you 30 minutes to figure that out. So, what's up with the mannequin there? It's taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. The body was pulling the stand? So, you're a defense attorney, are you? Detective Emma Skye. I'm in charge of this crime scene. She doesn't seem that happy about it. She doesn't seem that happy about many things. I trust you know how to stay out of the way. I always carry 2 pairs of handcuffs, just in case. She got mean. Hey there, no messing with the crime scene. But we need to investigate. Investigations are to be carried out by professionals scientifically. Ah, there's the word.
me when the investigation phase goes on too long. It took you 30 minutes to figure that out?
She's not going to let us check out the crime scene, is she? Hey, Apollo. My very unscientific analysis tells me something here is very suspicious. I think I know what you mean. It's kind of hard not to notice. I better check out what we came here to find at least. Hey there! No messing with the crime scene! But we need to investigate! Apollo, look! That stand! It says Eldon. I've noticed. Well, we've solved the case of the missing stand at least. Though the circumstances could stand to be better. Apollo, really? Hey! I get some jokes, I'm a protagonist. It was a good joke! I need to talk to her. The case. Detective Sky? Quiet, please. It's snack time. They have a munching sound. Why is she so fucking mean? We're not making much progress here. She must not be very busy. I never seem to get a lucky break. Back after 9 years and they won't give me the position I requested. And then I hear he gave up the defense attorney life. He? Who's he? An ex-defense attorney. Oh, I can't present to her. Oh wait, no. Present is here. No, that's not the present button. Ah, HD remastered munching. Oh yeah, because this game's old. You said you played it 12 years ago. If you could spare a moment to take a look at this, can't you see that I'm extremely, extremely busy? Eating snacks. Yeah. Busy eating snacks, I'd say. This is going nowhere fast. That's unscientific. You can't be going fast while also going nowhere. You could be going through the void of space. Shit. Your science is bogus.
Menu. Ramen, 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 rice ball.
I'll just try every box. Yeah, I think this is for every box. Can't examine anything, so yeah. Back here. Examine. Turn my head. Look at the trash can. Oh! Oh, I can't switch it out now! Frick! And the music's gone. Spooky. Look at the nameplate. Kataki. It's so cool. It only works if someone is called Waki. Short and blunt, like any good gangster. Ah, let's change our name. How about Wah? Maybe that's too short and blunt. What do you think? No comment. Okay. Let's go to here so we can go to the hospital and talk to Wright about Sky being so rude. Why is everyone who's older mean? Waluigi time. Wah! Wah! What are you expecting, a joke? Wah! Ah, you're back. Run into some problems?
Oh, Polly! Didn't you want to tell Papa something?
Who? Me? No, I'm fine. I'm fine, really. What's this? So there is a problem. No problem. Actually, I got a defense request. A defense request? That is a problem. Huh? I've given up the court. I'm not a lawyer anymore. The request was for me! Oh, right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's doing that on purpose. I know it. Murder. It's not a talking subject. It's to kill Phoenix Wright. So, what about this defense request?
It's related to the murder in People Park, actually. Guess what? We found Mr. Eldon's noodle stand at the scene of the crime.
Did you know? That's unusual indeed. Never heard of a noodle stand being used as a murder weapon.
I think the murder weapon was something else.
You mean you don't know what the murder weapon was?
That funny detective lady won't let us on the scene. What kind of detective wears a lab coat anyway?
Lab coat? Didn't think she'd be involved with this.
You know her?
You could say that.
Sky connection. So, you know her, don't you?
I met her on a case. This was about 10 years ago.
Well, speaking of ages. Dr. Heatfield.
46. He's younger than Winston.
42. 21. Tiny.
10 years ago, she was 15.
Well, Trucy's also 15. Wakikataki, the defendant heir to the Kataki family empire, and Alita's fiancé.
One day we'll find it. The MP Sky connection.
And then Mr. Mysterious. Spitting image of Mr. Gavin. Flew in like the wind and left like the wind. And he's German. Obsessed with forensic science. Mood touchy. She was still a high school student at the time. That would make her about the same age as me.
Wait, how old is Apollo? I can't look at my own face. That's my papa. He knows all the police types. Oh, wait. Maybe you know the other guy, too. That other guy. The shining prince on the motorcycle.
Prince? Mysterious prince. Apollo, tell me about this Prince of Trucy's.
What a coincidence. Wow, there's that German like the Wind song no one knows who wrote. What a coincidence.
Shitakumi is very knowledged.
Indulge a concerned father.
He was at the crime scene. He looked just like Mr. Gavin.
Did he now?
You know him?
My guess he's Christoph Gavin's younger brother.
His brother?
We're acquaintances. After a fashion. Clever Gavin. Rock and roll god incarnate. There's Frieza, and then there is Cooler. There is Christoph, then there is Clever.
Clever. What a lovely name. So dreamy.
I didn't know Mr. Gavin had a brother.
What was he doing out there?
I have a feeling you'll be crossing paths again soon. Now, what was the problem again? Having trouble investigating the crime scene in the park?
Yeah, that detective woman won't let us.
Go to the office. Under the silk top hat, you'll find a bottle of white powder. Try taking that to this detective.
White powder?
I hope it's not what I think it is. Just take it to her. Don't roofie her. That's the other white powder under the red hat. It'll be fine, you see. Oh, and tell her I said hi.
I know exactly what that powder is.
It was used to prove Gummy's innocence.
Where is Gummy? Anything new? No. The case. I think we should focus on finding more information about the case.
You seem to be having fun.
Of course! This is my first criminal investigation! And it's so mysterious. A noodle stand pushing a dead man along.
I think it was the other way around. The dead man was pulling the stand. But you're right about it being mysterious.
I knew it! More information! That's what we need!
Boop. So this must be the silk top hat. Mr. Right invention. Let's take a closer look. Huh.
Whoa!
You know what this is, Trucy?
I remember finding some in Papa's dresser when I was little. I thought it was sugar, so I licked it. He got mad at me. Now I have brain damage.
This is getting more and more accurate. More and more telling of why.
Let's talk to that detective.
You have brain damage.
I have brain damage. She's sure to know what that white powder is.
You know, having brain damage doesn't mean your speech doesn't just glitch.
Are you sure?
Mostly.
Okay. Mansion is how to get to the park. People Park. And prison.
Does this ring any bells?
Is that? It couldn't be. Where'd you get that?
I brought it from the office.
You work at Wright & Co. law offices, yes?
Yeah, sort of.
Detective Sky, how do you know my papa?
Papa! I'm sorry, who did you say you were?
Trucy Wright, Phoenix Wright's daughter.
What? Phoenix Wright has a daughter?
You seem shocked.
Everyone's shocked.
The best place to hide suspicious, dangerous substances from your daughter.
Under her hat. Yeah. If you tell them put on your hat, they'll never touch the hat. Well, if you're Mr. Wright's daughter, and you're his apprentice, then I'm available to help you in any way I can. Thanks. You could start by not calling me Mr. Wright's apprentice.
This powder is used for detecting fingerprints.
Fingerprints?
I guess you might call it a memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. White powder memories.
That sounds like a novel name.
If you find any evidence with the fingerprints on it, please let me know.
Well, dust for Prince. Dustin Prince died in the other game.
What?
Well, she's quite the eager beaver all of a sudden.
Sorry, I don't think I can help you with that. I think you need more than just scientific help. But ask me anything you like. Just ask scientifically, because I have one trait. Sorry, you can't check fingerprints on this phone? Why not? Come on! It's like the one thing you're good for. The report came in last night. The body was found much as you see it now. Except it was a real body.
But why? Why was a body pulling a noodle stand?
If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't still be here.
Well, what was the cause of death?
A bullet wound to the temple. He was shot by a pistol. A pistol? Yeah, it's like a little thing that goes bang. Not the easiest thing to come by in this day and age.
Oh, yeah. We're in America, where gun laws have passed.
Was Dustin Prince a real character?
Yes, he was with Maggie Bird. It's the first case for
The second Phoenix Wright game. I think it's Dual Destiny.
No, don't quote me on that. I don't know the name of Ace Attorney games, but it's the very first one. The one with the, like, phone mix-up, and that
guy wonking Phoenix over the head with a fire extinguisher. Dustin Prince was the murder victim. He was a cop.
Trucy, with her cape around her shoulders, always feels too serious. Like she's about to cry.
Really? You remember Maggie? Yeah, Maggie was an interesting character.
Not Dustin, but close enough.
Yeah, Dustin just showed up to be a corpse. And it's the first time you meet Maggie. First time you meet the goddess of unluck, as she calls herself. Unless you're a cop or a gangster. Incidentally, the victim's name was Paul... Paul Maractus. I just received the autopsy report, in fact. Time of death, 10 p.m. Single bullet to the right to the temple. I mean, really? What's up with this case? It's enough to make me want to run off pulling a mystery noodle stand behind me. Not so mysterious, actually. We should tell her, Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from. Unlikely story. I didn't come here to play games, you know. Actually, we do know where the stand came from. The noodle stand's owner is... Dr. Hickfield. Is you! Where is he? Yeah. $24. Yeah, Gavin was 32. Well, Christopher, because their last name is Gavin. Take that! Who's this old guy? This is the proprietor of Eldon's Noodles, Mr. Eldon himself. He's famous in this part of town. Not bad, I guess. Mr. Wright picked the right kids for the job. That saved me a lot of work. Thanks. Oh. Oh, boy. What sort of person was the victim anyway? Oh, boy. Look what we get to do. We get to inspect. Anything on the bottom? Anything about the window? Huh? Look at this, Apollo. Mr. Udon spelled his name backwards on the side. Oh! I think that says noodle. As in, Eldon's Noodles? Huh. Oh, I get it. So the name of his store is the same whether you read it forwards or backwards. Yeah, I guess it would be. Except for the last S. Then how about a store called Team Meat?
Wow, you found out the name of the noodle stand was a guy's name. Crazy work, kids. I couldn't have done it myself. Actually, fair enough. Assumed it was Noodle.
Close. That would be Tam Nyats backwards. And what kind of store is that? Yeah, my name's a palindrome. That's the word for it. But it's a false palindrome. Because Tidbit, it looks, if you look down in the little subscription thing, by the way, subscribe, it looks the same forwards and backwards if you take it up to a mirror and cut it in half. But if you try and spell it backwards, you get Tibdit. So, palindromes. I know about this. I didn't notice his name was a palindrome. Why? A store that sells meat. It's not meat unless it's Team Meat. She loves her little mottos. No clues here. Check that. Yep, there's the logo. Crying baby. Now, I thought there'd be a lot to check out on that cart. You mean, what did he do? He was a doctor.
A doctor? I'm starting to see a connection here.
Your story. Who? Me? I'm just a supervisor. I'm just a science advisor for this crime scene. Not a supervisor? Nah. Detective Sky. I was out of the country for a while. I came back to be a forensic scientist. Ooh. Were you studying abroad? Something like that. I was more studying a brunette, but I was studying in Europe. Forensic sciences, mind you. But when I got back there, they threw me in criminal affairs, just like that. Why didn't you just become a forensic expert in Europe? Well, I suppose that was an option, but I had a lot of favors to repay to people back here.
Shoot the soup barrel to take out a horde of enemies at once.
Oh no! It is colored danger. Favors? Wasn't she in high school when she left? What? What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left, but Mr. Wright and his people helped me out. I owed them. Really? I had no idea. Oh, is this what you mean when it's like, oh, she looks serious? When she is cocooned? If she's been out of the country for a while, she probably doesn't know about Mr. Wright's current state of affairs. Yee. Could you tell us a bit about the defendant? He's the only son of the Kataki family, yes? Waki Kataki. Stupid name. It's not scientific enough. I don't know if he's the boss's son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around violently in the detention center. I see. That's why we weren't allowed to come in for questioning. Because the question was, are you going to get hit? And the answer was walkie-talkie. Why was he arrested in the first place? Violence. You are a defense attorney, aren't you? You're not his by any chance? Actually, yes, I am. Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime. The witness actually called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow. What? You only mentioned the trial tomorrow when you're actually getting close to the trial. So, we're getting close. It's almost 4. The victim. Could you tell us a bit more about the victim? Well, let's see. Apparently, he's the physician at a clinic in the area. Quite well off, too, from the sounds of it. The clinic's name is Maractus Clinic. Maybe that's why the cop car was parked there? What? You've been to the clinic? Yeah. Though, on a related issue. I told the detective about the case of the stolen noodle stand. I see. So that means Dr. Maractus stole the stand and pulled it all the way here. Now it seemed to be the case. But why? Don't ask me! And we just look here. This is a very... I don't know if my mouse shows up on stream. Oh, that's an interesting thing to leave on the map. I wonder if that will be mentioned later. 5 yards is how wide the canal is? Okay, stream finally caught up and I can see my mouse. But yeah, it's very interesting because he had to go this way in his car, do that, steal bloomers while in the car, go up past Wright and Co. law offices, steal those, go into his garage, park the broken car, steal the cart, and come over and stuff the panties into the car before he steals the cart, and then steals the cart and goes into the park. Huh? I am confused. Ooh. Can we look at this? Yeah. The label reads fingerprint powder. Some strange language. How do we know for sure? What if this is really a jar for something else, like jam or honey? Or brain-killing powder? Why would anyone go through the trouble? Well, the police didn't find out, that's why. I hardly think possessing fingerprint powder is a crime. Oh, I guess that's boring. I like her attitude. Details. Ooh, text. Not 3D. Space. Oh, gosh. Do I... No clues here. Do I have to inspect these? Oh, great. Something the matter? Yeah, I was just wondering if there was, like, a switch on these. Of course not! Huh? Mysterious. Oh? Do you want to know the secrets of my panties? That is such a bad line! Oh, no!
It says cocaine in Polish.
Who uses magic panties in a stage show anyway? Apparently late night shows. Sorry, seriously, it's a phone! Oh, wait, do I have to give her the powder? Fingerprints analysis is very base of modern science. Doesn't just talking about it leave you breathless with excitement? Oh, yes, breathless. Actually, it does sound kind of interesting. Let me know if you find any evidence that might have a fingerprint or two. This. No! Okay. Can I now take the slippers? Nope. Yep. I am stuck with it. Bam. Okay, let's tell Eldon that we found his cart. June 15th, Eldon's house. Oh, Mr. Eldon! Hello? Looks like he left. We found his stand and everything. What about our free bowl? Oh, too bad. Looks like we'll have to wait a little longer for that bowl. Sorry. Oh, what a bummer. Mr. Eldon's house has seen better days. And I'm betting I've eaten better noodles. Is everything just back to the way it was? Seems like it. Oh wait, this time we won't have the commentary of him. This must be his business sign. It reads no. Maybe that's how the kids are spelling new these days. Another failed attempt at hipster marketing.
I'll show you some fingerprints.
An oil drum for catching rainwater. Ah! A sparrow just flew in and over it. Oh man, that was just disgusting. Something tells me this wasn't the first time. There's a handwritten sign here that says save the light. It's hard to make out the sign in the shade from the clinic next door. Messaging. Alone, Eldon's noodle bowl lies on the ground. The lone bowl, tipped on its side. It's kind of surreal. Oh, that was written by the background artist. The blue tarp from Mr. Eldon's used to cover his noodle stand. Robbed of its purpose, it blows in the wind, alone. Apollo is very poetic.
The secret salty ingredient. No! 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 No, I like noodles!
Guy Eldon's dog doesn't seem to look lively. They say dogs and their owners resemble each other. I guess there are exceptions. Rotate my head with the arrow keys. A police car is parked in front of the Maractus Clinic. It's empty. The police must be inside investigating.
Looks like this is a banner for some campaign. 3 shots for the price of 1. Somehow I don't see people lining up for that. Where did Trucy go? Why is Apollo alone? The front entrance to the Maractus Clinic. The walls and posts are so highly polished I can see my face in them, but I can't look at my own face in the court records. Little do you know, the dog looks exactly like Mrs. Eldon. Ugh. This is the part where Apollo gets kidnapped. Car belongs to someone at the Maractus Clinic and hit Mr. Right. Mr. Right sprained his ankle, and the car lost a side view mirror. This car versus Mr. Right. Not quite the match of the century, but Mr. Right somehow came out on top. Wait, were you implying that Mrs. Eldon is dead when you said they look like the dog? Gets kidnapped. Extends investigation by 40 minutes. Nope, can't talk to him about that. Present. No, I wanted to present. No. It's actually a relief to be so thoroughly ignored. And it's the shortest little... I don't know what that is. Maybe because Phoenix has been the protagonist before, and he's like, I don't want to give them any larger text boxes. Look! We've already done this one before. Whoops. Several colors of paint have been splashed across the gate. It's almost all dry. This is going to be tough to clean. Do we have to look at this again? It looks like that woman's still causing trouble.
Look! No! Look, no one goes in. That means you.
Oh, what's the difference?
Let me go. Ow! Sorry.
That's it. I'm suing because this is America, and I'm wearing American shoes. Look at them. But I might change my mind for $5.
What? Is she some kind of con artist? Yeah, that's Wendy Oldbag for you. They're not letting one into the crime scene. The guard at the entrance is humming a song. He's got a rhythm, actually. Maybe he plays in a band. Oh, does everything but the old woman count as the barrier for clicking? Let me know if you want an idea of what to do. Yeah, I'd like an idea at this point. I don't know what to do. I'm just walking around making a fool.
No.
What do you mean, no? They shot Miku. Just because there's a leak in the bag doesn't mean it's Miku. That bag's for the old woman. Try walkie. Oh, the detention center. Right. How do I get there again? It's probably here. Yeah, the detention center. Thank you. I totally forgot about that. Well. Any other ideas? Guess not.
Oh, wait, we can investigate now. This mannequin is dressed up to look like a police officer. I've seen this one at the station. A mannequin in place of a body. The body of the victim has already been removed. Do you think the victim was the noodle stand thief? What? You think someone killed him because he stole it?
Yeah! Taking care of business, like plum Kentucky style.
Try not to sound too eager about that. I get you're supposed to have a dark past as well, but come on. There's gotta be a good clue around here.
You and your trash cans. Go ahead, knock yourself out.
Please. Can't you see I'm doing my... Look, another pair of underwear.
Wow, Apollo, you're a genius at finding panties.
Stop. Just stop.
They're not mine.
Could these have been stolen too? Bloomers. And magically, outside the manor, she is now making her rounds. Is this... Benches line the river running through the park. It's 5 yards across, apparently.
Ah, a little urban oasis. I bet children come here to splash around in the water.
I've never seen you in the water.
I'm not a child!
That's a river. That river's a little deep for splashing, and a little dirty.
Well, they could listen to the water and pretend they were playing.
The Mozart of finding women's underwear. Oh. It's a knife.
A shiv, to be precise. Ooh, lingo! The defendant, Waki Kataki, is the son of a known gangster. The police are assuming this belongs to him.
Wait, wasn't the murder weapon a pistol? Huh? Looks like there's a handprint on this. It's not a shiv. Shivs are specifically objects that are whittled down to become a stabbing implement. This is an Americanism of a... I used to remember the name. One Genji uses to deflect. Ugh, investigations are so long. Really?
A handprint. There might be fingerprints. But not Dustin Prince. He's dead. Let's investigate.
I'm not pushing buttons.
Right. First, choose the fingerprint you want to examine.
Choose a fingerprint.
Look closely at the handle. See? There's more than one fingerprint there. Those black spots? That's right. Pick the one you want to analyze.
Dumb. No, I guess it has to be that one.
Right. Let's get detecting.
Katanas are specifically the sword-sized ones. There's specifically a name for the little half-blades that rests on the backs of warriors and ninjas.
Wow, she's practically glowing with excitement. First, sprinkle some aluminum powder over the print, and with a press of space, see? Let the oil left by the print absorb the aluminum powder, and you can just dust it off and blow it off. But blow? It's like whistling, you know? You know how to whistle, don't you?
You just used R. How'd you do that with your mouth?
Wow, amazing! It's like magic! Yeah, isn't it though?
Remember, this is a DS game. Not sure the hit detection on 3D objects will be smooth.
Yeah, but I feel like they were just like, you look at the main finger instead of the thumbprint.
Right, let's give it a shot.
I'm not right. I'm Justice.
No, I mean,
Incidentally, it's important that you cover the entire fingerprint with powder. So. Speaking of DS. I want nary a spot inside this powder. Alright.
Wow. Wow, that was such an... That sounded like a DS. That wasn't like any of the other sound effects. That was... That... Oh my gosh, that was so crunchy.
Next, to match the print, the police office has sampled, so you can tell whose fingers this print belonged to. That doesn't sound like as much fun as actually finding the print.
Don't white out on Coke, girly.
I do what I want! Okay, pick the person whose print you think this is. You probably have a good idea whose knife this is already.
Oh my gosh, why is that one sound so... Because the, like, text sounds and all the other sound effects, like the munch. The munch was remastered, but that victory sound, not. It uses, like, 3 sound channels, maximum. So, the fingerprints do belong to the defendant. Yes! Isn't it amazing? Ah, the powder of science. It's my life. Did she mean to say power? She's trying to make a pun. Apollo, she's sparkling. What do we do? And she's humming. You mean dimming? No, I know what I said. She's humming. Look sharp. Spirits up. Bomb armed. The real fight is yet to come. Chin up, Polly. I'm not a bird. The trial hasn't even started and I'm already losing. Knife added to the court record. Also known as a shiv incorrectly. So, have you met the defendant? No. Sparkling sign of sparkling's a sign of OD. Overdose. Visiting hours are almost over at the defendant's center. Detainment center, whatever center, the DC. You get. You might think about wrapping up here and heading over. Good idea. I don't know what good it will do. We have a witness and a knife with prints. Have I mentioned I've got a bad feeling about this? Don't worry. It's like a right tradition. More like a wrong tradition. Some traditions I can live without. Nothing. Yeah. From my experience of the other Ace Attorney games, I feel like with this investigation segment being so long, I feel like that's just a tutorial because I did not get to investigate during the tutorial. So I feel like this is to make up for the fact and get you all the ins and outs, and the case is going to be just as long. So that way you can like hone in on tells and stuff. We're still in the tutorial. But yeah, it's 4 already. And I feel like once we meet him, because they say that meeting hours are nearly done. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold this for next Monday. Because it's 4. We've done this for, I've been doing this for 4 hours. Thank you for showing up. And thank you to all time travelers that show up. So, yeah. Let me just go and find the end stream button. Bye-bye.